have keypad access?
They did not know.
Now, as you entered the garage, what did you see?
The black SUV pictured, and it had a New York registration plate.
Did you do anything next, I guess?
Yes, Officer Blank called over the radio to our dispatcher, that registration, New York registration plate, to see who the registered owner was and see, who owned that vehicle and why it was there.
Why did you do that?
An attempt to try to figure out where the missing person was.
Did you enter the garage?
We did.
Did you describe the inside of the garage for us, please?
The left garage bay was empty. The right garage bay was empty. A black SUV pictured was in the center garage bay. In front of this vehicle, in the middle of the garage, was a door that led from the garage into the residence.
Is that door depicted on that photograph?
It is, yes.
If you can you just...
This is the door leading from the garage to the residence.
Thank you. And for the record, you're pointing to, say, the center of the photograph. Thank you. Sir, did you notice anything in the garage that drew your attention?
Officer Blank and myself entered the garage. We walked to the left of that SUV, the driver's side of that vehicle. We walked to the front of that vehicle. I checked the doorknob from the garage, leading from the garage into the residence. The doorknob was unlocked. We waited in front of that vehicle at the door until the dispatcher got back that registration information to us. While we waited, I looked at the vehicle.
Good morning.
It was what appears
This
to be
case looks
red
interesting, Marty.
on the front of that vehicle.
No opening statements in Connecticut. One of the
A
people in the chat
red
rooms
mark on
said
the
there
grill
wasn't,
area of
so
the vehicle.
bear with me on this one.
And again, it drew my attention because it didn't
Hey,
match
I'm
the
in here
color of the
cold.
grill, didn't match the color of the vehicle.
I don't have any
Was there
background on
any
this.
damage to the vehicle?
I thought it looked
No,
interesting.
we did not. We looked at the vehicle, did not observe any damage. Initially, Officer Blank and myself discussed
Here
it
we
possibly
go.
could be a deer strike in the roadway.
And just a
And
little
again, there's no
FYI,
tear, there's no damage indicating.
Jennifer
any such
Farber Dulos went missing on
collision
May
with the deer.
24th.
No, Officer
Yeah,
Blank
he
was
just
with you
jumped
during this
right
meeting?
in with
Yes.
no opening.
And
Somebody in a chat room said that that's
was it your
not
testimony that Officer
uncommon in
Blank had a body camera?
Connecticut.
Yes.
Just saying. So here we are.
If I can, Your Honor, the state's intention is to.
Good morning,
offer at
Eddie.
this time.
Yeah, we're staying warm. It's very snowy in Iowa.
Which I don't believe there's any objection if I can just.
So here we are, you guys. Please, anybody make comments, what they know so far on this case?
To admit it as a full exhibit.
It's going to be an interesting ride. The body, somebody told me in chat, don't quote me.
Sir, I'm going
guess
to draw your attention.
The husband
just
chopper,
briefly, if I can,
oh,
to the
oh my
screen
God.
behind you, and then
Can't even say these words, but
ask you a question if I can.
chopped her up. So no body, and we have a crime. I always thought nobody, no crime. But oh, here we are. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right, Mommy? I didn't tell my partner in crime about this case. I don't know.
Do you recognize, sir, what's depicted
So we're on
the
day
photograph?
one, everybody.
Or I'm sorry, on that screen?
It
Oh,
appears to be body
you know,
camera
I did
footage.
a description
Is that the
below
body
what the
camera
case is
footage
all
from
about.
May 24, 2019?
Yes,
And is that?
Yeah,
actually
it
yourself?
is, isn't it?
it is, yes.
So what do you guys
And the
think?
state's
Huh?
intention is to just
Should we
play
go
through
for it?
I believe it is about 20 minutes. Sir, if you can direct your attention to the screen while we play it. Thank you.
I can multiple task while I do this. I got my coffee. Yeah, why not? Okay, here we go. Resident. What a pretty home. What a shame. I agree, Mommy. This will be kind of a weak case to me because he killed himself. Husband. Somebody told me in the other chat room. And I just said, I gotta go on. Oh. So if you want any kind of opening, read the description. I'll get you an opening. Remember that one? I gave it, John, the mock one? Oh man, this is sad. Her. What a beautiful home. Sad. So sad. All right, so she went missing. Okay, I'm going to piece this together. On May 24th, and they had a call that she went missing. See, it would be so much better if they had an opening. I'm going to have to do some research on this tonight. Just do my own. They're checking their residents out. Okay, who's on the stand is Aaron. I don't know his name. And Aaron, I'm going to write it down in the chat. I need to have it. I'm not even going to take it. Aaron Carita.
Yeah.
Light just now. There.
Good morning, everybody. Whoever just popped in, there's a description below, and there was no opening for this case. Evidently, Connecticut went for that, which is kind of weird. Yeah. Go figure. So here we are. And the person who is on the stand is call that Jennifer was missing, and I is just searching the home. Yeah, somebody did say in law and crime chat room that he did kill himself, but I can go back and verify things. But that's what I heard, which is going to be quite interesting with this case. We don't have him. Evidently, the husband and Jennifer had a relationship, and oh gosh, and there's like kids involved, 5 kids at least.
No, it's an iPod, but.
So the person that's on trial is Michelle Troconis. Here, let me write this down. I'll type this in.
Got it. Like I said, it's going to be an interesting ride. That's why I'm on. I didn't think I was going to go on again, but hey, you know what? I got the fever. I don't even know if I'll even. So yeah, I'm just going to keep doing this a little bit. I mean, you guys are watching anyway. Whoever just popped in, this is the case from Connecticut. There's no opening statement. Okay, we're not missing a thing on that. Just so you know, I was a little confused when I saw this morning. And who's on trial is Michelle. No struggle has happened, and the house is perfectly normal. At this point, they think she's missing. And the husband, I'll get the names. I'll get a little free going on, like I did the other one. And for the characters of this new drama play that we're in. I just thought this would be good for my notes for my book. I did. I had to go in. And whoever just popped on, we're just trying to pick the pieces since we didn't have an opening. And No.
I don't know about the kids. I'm just new to this.
Check on.
I'm just gonna have to do some more diving as I go along. But I know that they had children. I don't know what happened or with the kids. I've been in this hole. Sorry. We're all learning together. Anybody want to throw something in? Great, and chat room, that's great. Ask it, mommy. Yeah. There's a lot of questions in this. Kind of like Emily Baker. I have questions. Lawyer, she's so cool. Yeah, this is gonna make us all laugh.
Yeah.
Ask it, mommy. I'm dying. Ask it. What's your first question? Go for it. I'll write them down and answer them as we go. Actually, I like to know if you're finding the remaining, oh my God, of the body. I even hate to say that. The body. Missing. I think that's my first question. I'm writing these down. You know how a lot of copy likes to write down. evidence of popping of the body. Ooh. I can't believe I like this stuff. I would never like, yeah, I would like this stuff like that. Chopping.
All right, I got a picture of that one I was hanging there. I got a flash right back out there.
Okay. Mommy, first question you have. Let's have group participation in this. We're all in this together.
You know that
Put a 1 if you want to be in this with me.
this has got to be a dated picture though.
I do this alone.
That's got to be a really dated picture. The picture's
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go.
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna listen. Look at the room closely. Is there any foul play of being involved with her missing in action? For the unusual. Look. Here's our opening.
Three. I have located that vehicle. It is parked on the side of the road on Lapham approaching Talmadge. I have a secondary plate for you to run when you're ready. Connecticut. Go with the rest. Connecticut 1, Alpha Juliet, Mike Uniform, Oscar, 1 HA, and UO. Showing that on a blue Mini Cooper, registered to a Baggers from out of the area. Please send me a mark unit, check on this vehicle. It appears unoccupied by this time. That is Connecticut, Alpha Juliet 69099. That is the vehicle, correct? Affirmative, Alpha Juliet 69099, yes.
That was
remain on scene behind the vehicle. You say you're on Lapham? Was that near the Merritt or more towards Waving? More
Yeah.
towards the Merritt.
Grab my camera from the car.
Yeah.
Take it from there.
Yeah. Have a bumper yard.
Could be a deer. Strange.
That's what they said.
Was wiped at some point. But dried first.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom this in.
Dry
I'm
edges.
sorry.
What's that? Yeah, well, he just called in.
We're gonna do that.
He had a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Headquarters to 7.
We're interested in the car.
There's some back here too. Is there? Yeah, down here too.
Open the car.
Strange.
Take pictures, I'll call the altitude.
Headquarters to 13 or 70. 13. Can I have one of your units break? Staff relocated the vehicle on Lapham. Where is this? We'll both get there momentarily. This is 2015. We got Lapham near America.
Verify that was a plate.
I have no makeup on today. Huh. This is really spare the moment. Let's go live.
On the lower portion of the car.
I thought I wasn't gonna do this.
And it looks like it's been buffed or scraped or scratched all down through the driver's side.
That's a good question. Well, yeah, they had to look because she was reported missing. That would be a good assumption or assuming that that's what, you know. And so what is the link they got to start this trial 5 years later? See, that's why I think it would have been important for
Oh, all right. Oh,
Well, we're taking pictures and then we'll be back.
I'm gonna write that down
And
because
then we'll meet up with the captain on
I'm
lap.
curious too. I'm gonna see if I can do research on
Oh,
that.
thanks.
Good. I'm gonna put here.
Well, it's just strange in connection with the fact that we've got a missing person, or potentially a missing person. You know?
I don't know.
And
Yeah, so what did the prosecution see, right? I mean, why did the state arrest this young lady for the murder?
yeah, scrapes on this side too, but there's no blood near them,
You
so
guys all know.
whatever they hit went down this side of the vehicle. Splattered all. Yeah. It's hard to get a picture of because the flash on this thing isn't working, I guess.
Watch, or I can go on some nighter. 5 years later, yeah.
Says unoccupied.
Good question.
Question again. Stat 3 confirming that vehicle is unoccupied.
All right, there we go. All right, there's some in the tire too.
If you like, I can request the dog.
Bobby, you're very interested in
I
this
have
car.
13 and 7.
All over there.
Hold on.
I'll leave that at their discretion.
It's all blood. All right.
13 at headquarters. Affirmative. See if we can get a K9. And before we leave here, if you want anything, we might need to come back.
They find something in
The
the
jacket's in
car.
a purse.
As long as you can make access, you'll be able to track right off the driver's seat.
Let's grab that key.
Yep, that's a good idea. I thought he said he came back to a Mini
The
Cooper.
thing is saying that there might be an extra key that's in the residence.
Yeah, it looks like it has been involved in a minor accident. I don't think they found anything foul with it, but it's enough they can.
Received. I'll go on hotline so I can look at it.
This is kind of fun that we don't have this much information because then you can just dig it out. Go.
Yeah, it doesn't sit well with me, especially because like this,
Let's try this.
it's like a pattern here.
Everybody, what do you think, mommy?
You know what I mean?
Go for it.
Right, not fur, but there, it's up here too. It's hard to get any of this. This camera, I should get better cameras. Hopefully this is getting it though,
I just wish there was.
right? Usually if you hit a deer and there's blood in your car, you take it to the car wash and get it cleaned, especially a Range Rover.
They're really interested in this car.
Let's see if there's any damage. I mean, this is grandma's stuff, you never know, but. Swipes there.
Looked like a nice home and
Okay. Get your camera, get your light out of here. Wash my pictures out. All right.
okay.
Lieutenant Latourette, just a couple questions if I can, based on what we just saw. Now, when an individual wears a body camera, where do they normally wear it?
On the center of their body to project what kind of the officer would see.
Throughout the course of your walking through 69 wells, did you look into closets and other, I guess, cubby holes, if you will?
Yes, we checked the residence for anywhere we believed a person could be.
Yeah, that could be possible,
And
Moni.
there was also a photograph taken of a picture of the children on the wall. Do you recall that on the video in States 2?
Yes.
Why was that photograph taken?
Just to see if we could, who lived at the residence, any possible occupants of the residence, and to see if that might help us in identifying or locating a missing person.
While you were conducting the search of 69 Wells, did you wear gloves?
Did not, no.
Did Officer Blanks wear gloves?
No.
Now, there was also a point in the video in States 2 that there was a purse in the kitchen. Do you recall that?
Yes. Officer Coughlin had relayed to Officer Blank and myself that there was Jennifer's purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen. And normally if she was not home.
Objection, hearsay. Well, the response was.
Projection.
Between the mudroom and the kitchen.
Blood in the kitchen? I gotta get my
Or did not know
earplugs.
what
I cannot read
coming next.
this.
Well,
I mean, my
question
earphones, I
for
mean,
the court's knowledge,
I get
my next
mine with
question
all
was
this
going to
stuff
be,
on my
why'd you go through the
office.
purse?
That's irrelevant.
Well, overruled.
You can answer, sir.
So the babysitter, Lauren, had told Officer Coughlin that the purse would normally not be at the residence if Jennifer was not at the residence. So we looked at the purse to see if we could find any information as to where Jennifer might be. And we noticed that on top of the purse, there was a spring light type jacket. And inside we noticed a notepad that Officer Blank looked at. And we also noticed that there was a key fob or a set of keys for a Chevy vehicle.
With respect to that Chevy vehicle, did you, well, withdraw that if I can. Did you do anything with those keys?
Yes, those keys were taken from 69 Wells Lane, and we ultimately took them to Lapham Road where the Chevy was located.
I'll be right
Captain
back.
Walsh.
Where is Lapham Road?
Lapham Road is in the southwestern area of New Canaan, and it borders Waveney Park.
What is Waveney Park?
Waveney Park is a large acreage area in New Canaan. It is a public park that's open to the community, and it has several walking trails, has a dog park, has a swimming pool, has playing fields. So it's a community park.
If I can, I'm going to show you and direct your attention back to the screen behind you. The state is returning to States 1. Play, place on it, the kids. States 1, picture marked 11. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph, sir?
Yes, it's an aerial photo of a portion of Waveney Park. It also includes Lapham Road.
Would you mind, sir, getting up, if it's okay with the court, if I can have him stand up and just answer a few questions about that screen? If you could please identify Lapham Road if it's on that photograph.
Lapham Road runs here.
And there is another road, I'm sorry, just for the record, that was, I guess, well, let me ask this, is that north or south? Or,
The way I orient Lapham Road in regards to this map is it runs north and south. And this road here is the Merritt Parkway, I call, in the portion of New Canaan, Merritt Parkway runs easterly.
okay, so for the record, for Lapham Road north to south would be in the middle of States 1, picture 11, and the Merritt Parkway, did you point to the bottom, I guess left to right? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is Waveney, or I'm sorry, this is the Merritt Parkway.
Is Waveney Park depicted on that photograph?
Yes, the area of Waveney Park.
Okay, back.
Area here.
Excited to see if John's interested in joining me.
And the property also crosses Lapham Road over here. This area here is a mulch pile. The town of New Canaan Public Works collects.
We need ginger
and
snaps
they
on this
mulch
one.
in this area.
And just for the record, the Waveney Park would be on the, I guess if you're looking at the right side of the photograph, and the mulch pile, I guess in the middle, is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is the mulch pile. Right side of the photograph is Waveney Park.
Hello, whoever
Is there
just joined us.
any
Yes,
pictures
no
of
opening.
Waveney Park from Lapham
This
Road?
is in Connecticut. This is a woman that's on trial for the conspiracy for the murder of Jennifer Dulos.
Say
whatever
roadway, is that for
pronounce it.
vehicles?
It is.
And she went
Is there any
missing.
entrance to Waveney
So,
Park
here we
Lapham
are.
Road that is for pedestrians?
Yeah, I'll make the ginger snaps. Hey, hopefully he'll come back. He'll come on. This would be a good one for John. He'll do ginger snap all the way. All right. So, Spacey,
By pull off.
there is a description below. There was
area on the
um,
shoulder of the road.
that's what they do in
It's
Connecticut.
dirt where vehicles have parked, and
Never heard of it.
it allows a vehicle to park
Knew it.
fully off the travel
I've been at
portion of
this for
Lapham Road.
5 years.
And where are there
2
cutoffs
years, maybe.
or pullouts
Tops.
off of Lapham Road on?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you guys here. We're back. We want to get the team back. We want to get the band back. Hopefully we'll see John pop in. Gingers.
Where all those pull-offs are and vehicles can park.
Let me see if I could.
Okay, so I lied.
I'm zooming in.
I thought I wasn't going to do this again, but I saw this trial and I thought, oh, this is it.
To right, mulch pile, is that on the upper?
4 ginger snaps.
middle to the
1,
left?
2, 3, 4. There it is. No
Can you
opening.
see, I guess, some of the cutoffs on that?
Oh, there's a ginger.
It is hard to see because of the tree line, the vegetation. However, some of these open areas in the vegetation would be some of the
Oh,
pull-offs.
okay, I thought that would help for the description. Yeah.
Did you go to Lapham Road that day?
Yes.
Come on, at least.
Is where you, well, where did you go?
We went to this area here on the southern shoulder
No
of
opening.
Lapham
That's my
Road.
snap.
Why did you go there?
Captain Walsh located the black Chevy Suburban that Jennifer Dulos drives.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yes, a Chevy key fob out of a purse located at 69 Wells Lane.
You could have a seat, sir, if I can. States 1, picture 12. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the area of Lapham Road that I just described, the pull-off parking spaces. That is the southbound shoulder.
Okay. When you say southbound shoulder, is that
The-
if you, well, could you just explain it with direction of the Merritt Parkway? Perhaps if you can stand up again, I'm sorry, but show, where would the direction of the Merritt Parkway be in relation to this photograph?
So the black Chevy Suburban in this picture is pointing in the direction of the Merritt Parkway. So as the Lapham Road travels towards Merritt Parkway, a Chevy Suburban is parked on the right-hand side of the road.
Did the vehicle look like that when you arrived that night?
Yes.
I don't know why the TV just went. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor, the
Yep.
TV. There you go. All right. I can always fix something up. All right, sir. When you arrived, was Officer Blank with you?
We had different patrol vehicles, but we both traveled from 69 Wells Lane to Lapham Road.
Is there another cutout or pullout depicted on that photograph?
Yes.
Could you point to it, please?
Yes. This area here, the dirt pull-off.
It's the center middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Is there another one on the other side, like towards the Merritt Parkway side?
There is, yes.
How many cutoffs are on that side of the road?
I believe 3 or 4.
Which, there are 3 or 4. Do you recall how many?
I didn't
were
catch that either.
were
I'm sorry.
behind, I guess facing north of the Chevy, and how many were in front going towards the Merritt Parkway?
1 behind and at least 1 in front.
All right.
Let me go see if I can
You can
find
exit,
out.
sir, I'm sorry.
Hold on for a second. I'll be right back. Let me do some
And
quick
just
research.
Briefly, states 1, picture 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that, please?
It is a black Chevy Suburban.
Now, did you, what did you do when you got to Lapham Road?
We were looking for a missing person, Jennifer Dulos. Officer Blank and myself checked the trail that runs parallel to the Merritt Parkway. We walked look on the trail looking for anything that would lead us to the missing person.
Okay, when you say parallel to the Merritt Parkway, if I can go back to,
Sorry, I'm doing some research. I gotta ask, I'm gonna find out whose car that is.
here, states 1, picture 11. Is the area that you walked depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please just point to it?
So the Suburban was found in this area on a pull-off. Officer Blank and myself walked on a trail parallel to the parkway in this area,
Why'd you go there?
looking for any indications of a missing person.
Did you take note of anything in your walk?
No.
What did you do after you did that? You can have seats.
A police officer from Wilton Police Department arrived on scene, a canine officer. Officer Blank and I returned to Lapham Road where the Suburban was located.
What did you do next, if anything?
Officer Blank assisted the canine officer. I stayed with the vehicle and Captain Walsh on Lapham Road.
At some point, did you return to 69 Wells?
Yes.
Did you go into Waveney Park, by the way, at any point?
Oh,
past
Jennifer's.
that walk?
Oh, you guys, it's Jennifer's car.
When did you return?
I
to
found out
69
it's
Wells?
Jennifer's car.
After the canine conducted a search
Oh,
in
another
the area of
gentleman to
Lapham
ask.
Road in Waveney Park,
Someone-
no track was able to be established.
Jennifer's car.
So I was instructed to go from Lapham Road with a canine handler back to Wells Lane to see if we could do a search from that location.
Did you follow the canine into Waveney Park or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So when you returned, did you to 69 Wells, did you return with Officer Blank?
No.
And what did you do when you returned to 69 Wells?
Myself and the canine handler from Wilton Police Department arrived at 69 Wells. I used that code that was provided to open that garage door, and we entered the garage. The canine handler stated he needed a scent item in order to conduct a search for the missing person, Jennifer Dulos. I knew there was a spring jacket located on top of the purse, so we went to that location, grabbed that spring jacket.
What'd you do with the jacket?
The canine handler.
No, that's
placed it
never a
in
good
the
sign.
middle of the driveway.
So
for
far,
his canine to
I'm
get a
over it.
scent.
So far, here's a little,
Did the canine
what we
conduct
know
a
so
search?
far.
It did.
Was looking at
Did
Jennifer's
you have
car,
any- Play any role?
and you know
in
what?
Connection with
I'm
that
gonna
search?
pop this up because
No,
this is really a
I
good
stayed in the
point.
driveway.
What did you do?
And no keys,
Well, like that. Did you go inside the garage again?
and yeah,
Yes.
never a good sign. So we
Did
have
you
her
make
car,
any further observations in the
and
garage?
evidently this
Yes.
is from a rich
What did
family.
you do
Somebody
there?
needs said in chat
When we
room.
entered the garage,
The
we
other
went on the
one,
right
that
side of the
is
vehicle,
from
the black SUV,
just
a
two other
Range Rover.
cars.
On the right
Just two
passenger
other
side of the
cars.
vehicle on the floor,
But this is
I
never a good
observed
sign.
what appeared to be a footprint, reddish in color, could have been a footprint of blood.
States 1, photograph 9. Sorry, I'm going to have you take a look behind you again. If you can. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Here, I'm gonna
Yeah.
scroll in. What is that?
Blood.
Appears to be a toe portion of a footprint.
Is that what you observed in the garage that night?
Yes,
Did you make any other observations?
yes. To the right side of that garage, as you enter the garage door, there was garbage cans. On the exterior of the garbage can near the lid, there appeared to be a red color that appeared to be blood.
And anything else?
Not that I can recall at this time.
Blood.
I'm going to show you 2 more photographs if I can.
Whose blood?
Take a look behind you. States 1, photograph 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in that?
Yes. Appears to be drops on the rear portion, the rear left or driver's side of that vehicle, drops on the concrete floor.
And one more, please. States 10. I'm sorry, States 1, photograph 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it appears to be an area of the concrete floor that appears to be pinkish reddish in color, as if something was cleaned up.
Did you, after making these observations, did you convey them to anybody?
Yes, I notified the shift commander, Lieutenant Ogrins, and Captain Walsh, who was still on Lapham Road with the Chevy Suburban.
What did you do next, if anything?
Detective Officer Patton arrived at 69 Wells Lane. It was determined that that location was going to be a crime scene, and the shift commander notified the state police,
Why the state police?
the crime investigation.
May I ask, does New Canaan have a crime scene unit?
We have an investigative unit, but we don't have the capabilities that the state police has.
You don't think
In what
she's
way?
dead?
Limited resources.
Okay. And
Huh.
did the state police come out to 69 Wells that night?
Yes.
Interesting.
Did you have any
Oh,
further,
God.
well, did you do anything else that night?
Yes. Later on in the evening, while still at 69 Wells Lane, I believe it was around 11:30 p.m., I conducted a neighborhood canvass, which means I go door to door, just seeing if I can find any information in regards to whatever the case is we're investigating. I did
Is
speak to
she
a few
really
neighbors. I was
dead?
also looking for any cameras that
Oh,
residences
Mom, you're
might
like
have, whether
20.
it's a ring camera by the door or security footage cameras is on any houses or residences.
Did you download any video cameras or anything that night?
No.
Now, at some point, did you get your fingerprints or palm prints?
Yes.
I guess tested, is that the right word?
Yes, one of the state police investigators from the crime unit came out and they took palm prints, handprints, fingerprints of me.
And that was in connection of this case?
Yes.
I may just have one moment, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I just want to make sure that when I plug in my USB cord that it.
Okay, so
switches,
Mommy,
so
do you
if I-
think she's dead? Because now you say it's a hallmark of a murder. She's trying to look like she just ran away. Okay. I don't know. This is just tangled up, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. My name is John Schoenhorn. I represent Michelle Troconis.
All right,
I have
defense.
a few questions. The time that was on the video body camera that we watched, was that accurate?
I don't remember what time the video camera showed.
Well,
Okay,
the notes
thanks for
said
clearing
that
that
it
up.
started at 17:57. That would be about 7:57 at night. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, now I do. You know what? You put no, I do.
Let me
Okay,
read
now I
this.
do. All right.
It says at some point as we're watching it,
We're confused.
20:00. Would that be 8:00 p.m.?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, were the body cameras even back then synchronized so that they were at least close in time to actual time that you were there?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were in that house at approximately 8 p.m. on May 24th?
Yes.
You said, I think you did say that it was still light out, correct?
Yes.
And you were not yourself wearing a body camera that night, is that right?
I was not, no.
Now, I noticed in your uniform today, you have a box in the center of your uniform just below your body microphone. Is that where the body camera would have been on Officer Blank that night?
Yes.
So it's center of the body, sort of view of the person who is wearing, correct?
Correct.
And of course, you've seen that video prior to just now, correct?
Correct.
As you went through the house, you looked at each and every room, right?
Yes.
You looked in closets, I think was the answer to one of the questions by the state, right?
Yes.
And in a couple of the places, there was some clothing on the floor, according to that video, correct?
Yes.
Did you go through any of the items of clothing at that point, other than the jacket you mentioned?
No.
You talked about a canine. Was this a tracking dog?
I'd have to ask the Wilton canine handler.
Well, I was going to ask you, was there more than one?
Hello,
dog
good morning.
that
Thanks
night
for
that
joining
was sent
us.
to the-
Below is a
either to
description
the, house
of the trial.
On Wells Lane or
And
to
please
the?
note, whoever just joined in, there
Whately
was
Park?
no opening statement.
Yes, more
Whatsoever.
canines were called
our first
to that
witness.
area after the Wilton
And it's
police
the
canine had
officer
left.
who
You
canvassed
indicated
the
that
house,
Officer Blank
and the
remained
entire
out at
neighborhood.
location. Is that right?
so I'm gonna shut up.
The Whately Park that night after you left?
Yes.
Do you know whether he accompanied any dog search, that is any canine?
Description is below.
He did assist the Wilton canine that I was assisting at Wells Lane. He did assist that canine handler at Lapham Road and Waveney Park.
And just so that we're differentiating between the two.
Absolutely no opening from
do you
either
recall
side.
that was a canine and a canine handler from the town of Newtown?
It was Wilton Police Department.
The
When I
one with
first
you,
popped
what
into
about
this
the one at,
Spacey.
Waveney Park?
The initial one that initially
Off, like everybody
responded
else in that chat.
was a Wilton canine,
So I thought this is
The same one or
I could
different one that went with you?
same one.
All right, so I'm saying, was there a separate canine dog and a handler that came there that night that you're aware of?
There very well could have been. I don't remember.
so Spacey. I did put a description down below.
You did not observe Officer Blank accompanying a canine handler into the woods at Waveney Park, correct?
I did, yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was it the same dog that then went with you and its handler to the house at 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
In the parking lot right outside of the garage, you recall, according to the your images, that there was a basketball hoop there. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Was the basketball hoop facing the garage or was it facing away from the garage?
Facing the garage.
You indicated that you took a key fob with you from the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you use that key fob to see if it connected to the Suburban at Waveney Park?
I did not know.
Who did you give that fob to?
Officer Blank.
Did you observe Officer Blank use that fob to open up or to attempt to open the locked door on the Suburban?
I did not know.
Now, if I could just go back for a moment to, there's the image, I believe, 11, states 11 on this exhibit. And I just want to clarify, if you would look behind you there, I'm not going to ask you to stand up, but this is the satellite image of Waveney Park.
Yeah, like hi, welcome.
A portion of Waveney Park.
Let's go figure it
Yes.
out.
And I want to clarify directions. You said that the Merritt Parkway heads basically east and west through the Canaan. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
Right. So would you just indicate whether east is to the right of this image or to the left of this image?
East is to the, is going to be, rephrase the question, sir.
Yeah, you're looking at an image on a screen.
Mhm.
Is it on this side, closest to the window and the jury, or is it closer to the judge where he's sitting compared to where you are?
It's going to be closer to the window, closer to the jury, the right-hand side of the picture.
And I'm just going to use my mouse for a section. You indicated, did you not, if you look at the screen, that you walked along a section of the park in a easterly, he said easterly, right? Easterly direction, parallel to the Merritt Parkway. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you also go across Lapham in a westerly direction, in this other direction here, across on the other side?
I did not, no.
And so that we're also clear, was you're saying Lapham in this area generally is north-south, correct?
Correct.
Would the car, according to those pictures that we saw, the Suburban, be on looking at this image, on the left side of Lapham Road looking down or on the right side from this map?
The left side of Lapham Road, looking down.
And so we're clear for the record, you're talking about the side where you see the leaf piles, the mulch piles that we see on that area, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to also orient the park. Does Waveney Park include any of the area to this area around the leaf mulch area?
I don't know exactly where the property lines are. I know north of the leaf pile, there is a Frisbee golf area that belongs to the park.
And does the park continue and then stop at the bottom at the Merritt Parkway?
That is the border of the park, the Merritt Parkway.
And if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, this area along both sides of Lapham near the parkway is raised, it's elevated above the parkway, is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that if you walked along in the park parallel to the parkway, you're looking down, you're seeing the roofs of cars as they drive by on the Merritt Park.
It depends on the portion of the park. Certain portions may be elevated, but a lot of portions would be parallel to or even to as you're walking on the trail.
Well, I'm talking about the park where you were walking. That would be-
Parallel to the road, even to the road.
That side was even?
Portions of it, yes.
All right, so does Lapham Road then cross under the Merritt Parkway?
Lapham Road goes over top.
Over. So
Correct.
there isn't a big hill approaching the Merritt Parkway, is there?
On Lapham Road?
On Lapham Road.
No.
So in order for it to go straight across Lapham Road, it has to be elevated above the parkway, right?
In certain portions, yes.
Well, I'm talking about where Lapham Road crosses the Merritt Parkway.
Where Lapham Road crosses the parkway, there is a drop down to the parkway.
All right. And is that also true if you go in the other direction, on the other side of Lapham Road?
What was the question, sir?
Yeah, isn't it also raised up at that point?
The wooded area or the road, sir?
The wooded area.
The wooded area, it depends on where you are in that wooded area, sir.
How about parallel to the Merritt Parkway? Isn't that elevated well above the Merritt Parkway?
I don't recall at this time.
Fair enough. So in any event, this area, according at least to this map, has a lot of trees. Is that a fair statement?
Certain portions of the park, yes. As depicted in the picture, there is a wide open.
Okay,
field.
I Googled her name. It looks like,
I didn't ask about the field.
hi,
Just
Lori,
as you can see,
that
sort of
did find the
across from where
body,
mulch
and this is a
is,
cover up.
correct?
I'm
Referring to this
getting
area
these
that's in
pieces.
different colors,
Lori, welcome.
lighter green and yellow,
Uh,
yellowish green.
quickly,
more,
Lori,
right?
Yes.
no opening
Talking about
statement.
the
We're all
forest.
just piecing this stuff together. Yeah,
These
no
are
lie.
mature trees
No
in
lie.
that area. Isn't that
That's
true?
true.
Yes.
We're talking about really tall trees with large.
Connecticut, and description
correct?
is below.
Most of them.
And
And you
I
could
am
walk
researching
through
as we
that
are
area without,
watching this.
falling
So I
over
will fill in the
a bunch of
blanks.
little
I'll shut up now.
branches and small
Right
bushes,
back.
correct?
The trails are maintained. If you're off the trail, there's going to be bushes and shrubbery.
If you go the park to the, if you continue in a westerly direction, the park is also bordered by something that we see in this picture, correct? This line here. See that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Hello, hello, good morning.
Metro North
Hello.
Railroad.
Right. So it was
No
in
opening.
2019, there was an
Right.
active Metro North Railroad line that paralleled the western portion of the park, correct?
Yes.
And right here by the base of, the train crosses the Merritt Parkway, that's also an elevated railroad crossing, correct?
I'm not familiar with that crossing of the parkway, sir.
Fair enough, but right below that is a train station, is it not?
Yes.
That's the Talmadge Hill Metro North Station, correct?
Yes.
It's a commuter rail station.
Yes.
Let me just ask you a little bit about Lapham Road. Lapham Road, I noticed, we can go back to some of those pictures that we just looked at. I think number 12. There's a double, this is I guess 11. There's a double yellow line, is there not, on Lapham Road in this area?
Yes.
So
back,
Lapham
I'm gonna
Road,
write
at least in this
comment
area, is a
in the
major
chat,
thoroughfare.
just
in
so
the
you
town of
can-
Canaan. Is that true?
It depends on your
Listen
definition
to
of a
this
major
and-
thoroughfare.
Well, we're not talking about the Merritt Parkway. So I'm asking, is it a well-traveled road?
Yes.
So it's not a remote part of town where only local residents would use, right?
Right.
Have you ever done traffic enforcement on Lapham Road?
I have.
Sometimes the traffic on a weekday is very heavy, isn't it?
It depends on the time of day.
Sure, people who use the park, this is a main access to get to the Waveney Park entrance, isn't it?
It is one of the entrances to the park.
And there is traffic from your experience back in 2019 and before, throughout the day at least, correct?
Objection.
Well, there was traffic back and forth throughout the day.
Yo, you're good, mommy. I'm glad you came back.
Relevance.
I'm doing research as we go.
Overruled.
So,
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Back in 2019, that there was a well-traveled road that during the day, there would be a fair amount of traffic traveling back and forth on Waveney Road, including accessing the park, correct?
Again, it depends on what your interpretation or definition of fair amount of traffic is. I don't have any traffic statistics, but it was a traveled road by vehicles, yes,
As opposed to a remote part of New Canaan, which there also is, correct?
yes.
This was according to ABC News. Sorry about that. Yes,
Are
right, that
these
was her car.
pictures that we're looking at, including Exhibit 11, were these, do you know, taken that evening?
Be right
after
back.
After you arrived at the scene?
The picture on the screen, sir?
Would you, if you look at the screen, please?
I don't know if that picture was taken that night, because by the time I arrived on Lapham Road, it would have been dark.
That's
Or
gonna be my
darker,
question.
yes.
This picture appears to have been taken, at least during somewhat daylight hours, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Unless somebody adjusted the lighting, but it appears not to have been taken at the time of your arrival, correct?
Correct.
But is that the exact position you found the vehicle parked in that turnout on Lapham Road?
It appears to be, yes.
The person who is on trial, her name is Michelle, and I will chop her last name because I'm not very good at pronouncing.
By the
Troconis,
way,
whatever.
you arrived
And
in
she is
the,
charged of covering
garage
up the
was
murder
open or
of
closed?
Jennifer.
Residence at 69 Wells Lane.
The garage, all three bays of the
I'm
garage.
just
were
getting all
closed.
these pieces
You
together.
said, you
Hopefully.
testified that
I mean,
someone
thank you.
gave you
Yes,
the
and her purse
code
and
so
keys
you
were
could
at the
open it. Is that
house.
right?
Yes,
Not a good
And
sign.
you opened the middle bay, is that correct?
yes,
And when you first walked in, you walked to the right of the vehicle, correct?
no,
You walked to the left of the vehicle?
correct.
And when you first walked in, nothing stood out to you immediately as being out of the ordinary, is that correct? When you first went in?
When I first entered the garage, no.
And then you went through the house, nothing stood out to you as being out of place, except maybe the fact that you saw a person on the floor.
Okay, I'm going to do a little quick research on the husband.
I have no further questions, thank you.
If anybody had any information on that, that'd be great.
One moment.
According to somebody else in a chat room,
Nothing.
he's stunned by that. Or I tell my chat room, not true information. You know how I am, man.
If I can, you want to call my next witness as well?
There's a lot of people
Scott
there.
Romano.
Shh. Okay, Nancy, shut up. I have a feeling this guy's gonna be on the witness stand for a while. These are opening. God, witnesses are opening. A ginger snap.
I may just approach the clerk right now.
I should call them coffee snaps. That's John's fame. Coffee snap. No opening. Jeez. There she is. She is one who was covering up the murder for Jennifer's murder. And her body was found at an exclusive clubhouse in Connecticut. I don't know the details of the clubhouse. I just know it was found by sources of ABC News. I mean, ABC News.
Sorry, your name's Mark, make sure I mark it correctly.
You could please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Solemnly swear or
Where's
solemnly
this
and
dude?
sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Scott Romano, R-O-M-A-N-O,
And your affiliation?
retired sergeant from the Police Department.
Thank you.
And you may be seated, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So you are retired from the New Canaan Police Department?
Correct.
When did you retire?
June of 2023.
And what rank were you when you retired?
Sergeant in the investigation section,
How long were you a sergeant in the investigation section?
5 years.
Could you just describe briefly, well, I'll start with this. Could you please describe some of your training and experience as a New Canaan police officer and then sergeant?
Sure. After graduating the police academy, I was assigned to the
No,
patrol
wait,
division.
I don't know.
During
Just a
my
minute.
time there, I functioned as
Let me see what on my
a
end.
motor officer, field training
Uh,
officer,
Lori,
instructor,
Their auto is really
instructionist.
bad on their end.
With a couple
Oh,
of
let me
additional
see what I
duties,
can
and
do.
after being promoted, I did patrol for a
Be right
short time.
back.
I was then assigned to the investigation section.
Put me off.
What kind of crimes does the investigative section investigate, I guess?
Everything from bad checks or simple frauds to stolen vehicles to murders.
Does New Canaan have a, I guess, crime scene unit?
Not specifically, no.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention.
Okay,
to
there's
May
no way to
2019.
help with the volume. That is their volume.
2019. Were you
Sorry,
working that
I
day?
can't control that.
I was not working that day.
Did you have?
No, it's not in
experience
Florida,
on
it's in
duty?
Connecticut.
I did. I was contacted by the on-duty
Right. I love it,
detective
Stacy.
who requested
Sorry,
assistance
Stacy.
with a missing persons case.
What I can do.
Who was the on-duty detective?
Detective Tom Patton,
And the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
About what time or how did you get contacted?
I was contacted by phone at
I know.
approximately 9
I'm just
p.m.
kidding. We love Florida.
Detective Patton
We're
explained
colorful.
very briefly what he had been called on and asked me to come in and assist him as we started the investigation.
Where did you go?
Initially, I went to the police department to grab some equipment, and then I responded. to
Oh,
Lapham
yeah, I
Road
tried. I went
outside
back in
Wayne
there.
Park.
My volume is up 100%, Lori. Yeah, 100%.
Were you alone?
A lot of people are
Yes, I
complaining
was.
about it too, so I'm not the only
Now,
one.
did you respond in uniform?
No, I was in plain clothes.
Where on Lapham Road did you respond to?
So the vehicle was located just south of the back entrance to Waveney Park on the southbound shoulder of Lapham Road.
Agree, mommy.
When you arrived, was anybody else on scene?
Officer Blank from the patrol division was there.
Really?
Could you just briefly explain what Waveney Park is, please?
It's
Um,
approximately a 250-acre park located on the south side.
Now they have
south
some
edge
great
of
cases.
Canaan that's used for different passive recreation.
May I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. States 4.
Well, here's the static. Whose name are you talking about? The one on the stand? Because I just typed in who's on the stand. His name is Scott Romano.
Okay, States 4, this is designated as picture 12 on the upper left corner, just for the record, Your Honor. Sir,
Oh,
do you
yeah, they
recognize
do
what
have
is depicted
doozies.
in
Well,
that
to
photograph?
keep on
Yes.
our
What is
keep
it?
track of where they're going to be next time. I do love Florida
When
trials.
did
Yes.
you, what did you do when you
Entertaining.
arrived on scene?
I was briefed quickly by Officer Blank, and then I effectively took over securing that vehicle and making sure nobody had any contact with it until we decided further what was going to need to be done with it.
How did you do that?
By physically staying next to the vehicle during the course of the overnight. I did a preliminary walk around to make sure I understood what was there and what wasn't there, and then basically just secured it so it was not touched.
Could you describe the car, please?
It was a black Chevy Suburban as depicted. There was nothing initially remarkable, although looking at the passenger side, which is the side that's against the wood line, it was, I noted at my initial walk around with a flashlight that it appeared that something had been wiped on the side of the vehicle. There were streaks in it.
Hello,
Some
thanks for
looked, although
popping
dirt had
in.
been
Description
brushed off,
below.
there
No
were
opening.
There were scratches.
This is in
And some
Connecticut.
small amounts of what looked like, from my experience, to be a blood-like substance in
Oh.
different locations on the lower part of the vehicle.
Description below.
I'm going to show you, sir, if you can. States 4, picture what's marked as 11. When you mentioned you did a walk around the vehicle, well, I strike that. How close was the car parked to the wood line?
It was up against the brush on the side of the road.
This
So
is
you really
Jennifer's
couldn't get
car.
into the passenger side of the vehicle without a little bit
Person
of effort.
that is murdered.
Attempt to get into the car.
No, not at any point in time
At
during
that time, they think she was missing.
So you mentioned those marks on the side of the car. Were those marks on the side of the car that is depicted in this photograph?
No, they were on the passenger side of the car that would be against the wood line.
Where on the vehicle did you see those marks?
I believe it was the right passenger door and the lower section near the running board.
Did you advise anybody of what you had found?
I mentioned to Detective Patton that I noticed it, and we just, at that point, kept note of it so that we could further look into that at a later time.
By the way, do you know when these photographs were taken?
I believe those were taken on the morning of the 25th.
So from, am I correct in saying you arrived at Lapham Road at 9 o'clock? Was that your testimony?
It was actually probably closer to 10:30 by the time I drove from home to work and then got to Lapham Road.
Could we at least have an AM versus PM? That's not been established yet, but it seems it's obvious, but I would ask that
Sure.
Sure. So I was contacted at 9 PM on the 24th, and I arrived on scene at approximately 10:30 PM.
Attorney Manning, before you proceed, you identified this in the packet as states 4.
Yes.
States 4 admitted as a full exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
without objection. She may not have indicated, but she asked me and I said I had no objection.
States 4 will be admitted as a full exhibit. The record has to be complete.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And as I indicated, all the photographs are contained per witnesses, so that's why they are directed in that way. So, sir, you arrived on scene between 10:30 and do you recall around what time this photograph was taken?
Sometime after 7 AM, but I don't recall exactly what time it was.
Did you remain on scene the whole night?
Yes, I did.
Who took the photograph?
I believe that was Detective Matt Riley from the State Police.
And did you observe him taking the photograph?
I was present when he was taking the photos, yes.
Now, at that time, when Detective Riley.
I hope my little
arrived on
summary
scene
helped.
or on Lapham Road, did anything happen to the car?
So we eventually determined that to further investigate, that it should be impounded so it could be properly processed. So we did, the keys had been transferred to me when I took over, so I had the keys to the vehicle. We then determined it should be towed back to police headquarters where it could be impounded.
If you want to add to that, that'd be
So
great.
nothing was disturbed.
My description.
Could you please explain the process of how that tow would have happened, or how it did happen, I should say?
So we contacted the department's on-duty record, which was from town. They showed up on scene. I then, wearing gloves, I entered the vehicle so that we could limit any kind of exposure to anyone else. We couldn't initially start the vehicle, first because it was left in reverse. It was not actually in park. Secondly, because the battery was dead. So what we did is used a booster pack from the towing company to.
I am
actually
very
start it,
sorry about
which
the
we did in
volume.
Driver's seat, and then I drove it up onto the flatbed truck so it could be brought back to police headquarters.
And was it brought back to police headquarters?
It was.
Everyone
It was
is
at that
having
point
issues with the
inside,
volume. I wish
impound
somebody would
bay,
tell
which I
Long
backed
Crime that.
off of the tow truck and parked it in the bay.
Did you follow the vehicle, or the tow truck, I should say, from Lapham Road back to headquarters?
Yes, I did.
Why were you the person to enter the car again?
Because I've been the only person that had been in the car, to our knowledge. So as far as
Yeah,
police
really.
personnel went, I was the only one that entered it. Therefore, again, keeping any disturbance to a minimum. It was the easiest way to take care of things.
After the vehicle was secured at headquarters, what did you do?
I then responded to Wells Lane, 69 Wells Lane, and met with Sergeant Albisson from the State Police, did a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, and then we began to canvass the area to see if we could find any security camera systems that may have picked up any activity in that area.
When you say a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, what do you mean?
Yeah,
I was shown
reversed
the
with a
garage
dead,
area
with a dead
and
battery. Body, I almost
look
said.
at the kitchen.
Yeah, right.
Did you walk through the rest of the house?
Not at that time, no.
Now, well, where did you go after that?
So we began with houses on Wells Lane. actually just walking the area and looking for any exterior cameras mounted on any of the houses that could have potentially picked up any activity the previous day.
That's static. Who else is
Sir,
hearing that?
Direct your attention to the screen behind you.
That cameraman.
Stage 4, upper left corner in page 69 Wells Lane. Do you recognize what's depicted upon that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is an
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but
Oh
it's
shoot!
important.
I gotta.
The shooter
Hold
murdered
on, I'll
my
get
son, carried an
So I believe this should
I hate commercials.
Now, when you walked the
Oh
neighborhood,
gosh.
where did
Hi,
you-
Lorianne.
we look at any house.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
54 Wells Lane.
Now he's away from the
Cameras mounted on the
speakers.
exterior of the residence that did pick up the street and would have shown anybody coming in or out, or at least we hoped it would at that time.
If I can, sir, when you say 54 Wells Lane, I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit. Is that 54 Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
And why were you interested in this property?
So we noted that there were cameras on the exterior, and if I can get
If you
back
can,
up.
please.
Specifically, we noted there were cameras on the front of the house, the face is Wells Lane.
Me too.
And on the end of the house near the garage area.
I hope I got it quick enough.
And those appeared at that time, they would pick up the street.
I don't like it when they do something right in the middle of a testimony.
What did you do once you noticed the cameras?
We were able to make contact, specifically with this residence, we were able to make contact with the owner and asked him if we could review the system, which he agreed to. And we did actually look at it and noted that it picked up views of the street from 2 locations, both the garage end and the face of the house, and reviewed it briefly. The owner was incredibly cooperative, did give us access to the unit. It was initially brought back to police headquarters to do a download of the hard drive, which we were unsuccessful at the time because we couldn't get access and the owner wasn't sure how to access it. It was returned back to the owner's residence. It was reconnected. We were able to use his cell phone to review video from that day. At the time, we targeted, based on information we had, a morning section.
Thank you,
So we were able to
Spacey,
pick
for
up
saying
images
that,
or
you
video
guys.
rather
Hit the
of
like button.
Troconis'
It helps
vehicle
me.
Leaving in the morning and returning.
Helps my confidence.
And then leaving for a second time and not returning.
It helps me want to get up and do it again.
You,
No, I'm just
a
kidding.
couple questions about
No,
that.
I'm not.
You
Yeah.
watched you indicated there was
Hey,
a time. frame
Spacey, I
that you
forgot to
were-
say that.
What was that?
I'm just
time
on here having fun.
It was in
Like
the
you
morning
guys.
from just before 8 a.m. Through, at that time, we weren't really sure, through at least noon.
Did you watch that time frame on, I
Please,
guess, at the
like-
property of 54 Wells?
At the property
And
initially, we did,
share,
and also
yes,
noted
'cause we have
her
fun here,
vehicle
don't we?
Leaving, returning and leaving again.
Now, you mentioned 2 cameras. If you wouldn't mind standing up and approaching the screen and just pointing out where those cameras were located.
So camera 3 is located on the south end of the house in the area of the driveway. Camera 7 is located on the face of the house, on the front, facing out directly to Wells Lane.
And Wells Lane, is that the road in front of 54 Wells?
I'm having a coffee.
And if you are
This
heading
is family.
towards
I miss a family.
left-hand corner,
Okay, I'm
what
gonna
direction is that?
continue doing this.
It's effectively
I don't like
southbound. In other words, if you're traveling
static.
from here to here,
I
that's
don't
the
like the
property.
volume. I'm having a coffee snap.
And is there a road on top of that?
It intersects with Frogtown Road. which is-
Yes, I miss the family too.
Scroll back out.
Okay, would be located up here.
You know, this is why I like small groups. We could just have fun and talk.
Does Your Honor wish
Don't have to worry about mods.
Time is
If it
approximately
get
1
bigger,
o'clock.
well, yeah,
Stand
we'll
in our lunch and recess.
go ranch
and
somewhere.
Resume at 2 o'clock.
We'll do it as a group.
This-
Okay. 2 o'clock. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock their time, right? Because I'm in Iowa, snowy Iowa. All right. So, should we do a little recap with all of us? Just because we're in the middle of this, yeah, yummy lunchtime. So far, there was no opening statement. I don't know why, which would have made this a little easier to follow, but hey, I love research.
And yeah, okay. And so, yeah, we're going to do a little recap for everybody that just came in. There is a little bit of a description below. And I'll do a little elevator recap speech. So, who's on trial is Michelle Troconis. Excuse me, I do not pronounce last names very well. I'll just say her first name, Michelle, and her last name is below. All right. And she is on trial for the murder of Farber Dulos. Again, I'm not good with last names. But anyway, they reported her body missing. No, I'm sorry, they reported her missing, and to cover up the fact that they they're innocent till proved guilty. They allegedly were on trial, or she's allegedly on trial for covering up the murder of Jennifer. Gosh, I feel like I'm making no sense. But anyway, if anybody wants to hop in and say something, that'd be great. So anyway, so far we know that they investigated the car of Jennifer's, and they found in the house keys of the vehicle they were searching. And mommy, correct me if I'm wrong. And then they found a purse at the scene. Oh yes, and a dead battery. So of the car, and a little bit of blood in the garage on the floor, which is, I don't know. You could. Her purse was home. Thank you, mommy. And so were her keys. Mommy, do you recall the keys were near her purse? So yeah, we're just trying to piece this whole together as a group, because my goal is to have this chat room. We're all together and we're all having fun, and we're all just piecing it together. As you well know, I do not call anybody guilty until proven, no, innocent until proven guilty. So I'm in the beginning. It's too early. They were all together with a jacket. Thank you, mommy. Yes, they were. And her body was found at a clubhouse, and evidently it was very exclusive clubhouse. So I'm getting the feeling that this family was very wealthy, or is wealthy. Well, maybe her family was wealthy. And her husband allegedly killed himself. I'm not going to say he did, because I have to do some research on that. Oh, okay. I know lunchtime is coming up, is now, but anyway, I just thought we could do a quick review. So what do you guys think? Anybody else wants to add, or should we just come back in a half hour? I'll keep this open so you all can chat. That's the fun part. Yes, her body was found, and you can Google that on, because I Googled that, and my source was from ABC News, and yeah, the body was found. I don't have any details of the body, but I just quickly looked it up. Hey, we got some more people coming in. Yeah. Whoever just came in, we are on a lunch break, and well, I just want everybody to know when they first come in that there was no opening statement regarding the case. So now we are all just piecing this together, kind of doing our own. Well, yeah, that's interesting, because I did find some information. I'll tell you where my source was. Here, just a minute. The source was from ABC News, and the article was January 9th, 2020. I don't know why the description says that. And yeah. Huh. But anyway, That was their description on Law and Crime. So I might just fix it and just write my own. That's what I found on research. So I always tell people where I find information so they can look it up too, to fact check me. And if I ever wrong, I stand correct. Okay. That's what it's all about. So if you say, Nancy, you're full of, I found this. Okay. It's fine. But anyway, yes, it was, sure, her body was found. According to that information on, I don't know if anybody else can fact check that for me. I would feel comfortable at that, but I'm pretty much sure what I read. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting trial. And how are they going to prove any of this? I have no idea. Oh, well, thank you for saying that. You know me, I'm a trained journalist that you got to fact check. I wish all journalists were like that. Good goodness. So anyway, yeah, and that's what I have so far with this whole entire case. I looked at it this morning for a few minutes and I'm like, oh, I gotta go online. So here I am. This will be so fun for all the coffee snappers and the ginger snappers. We need this, especially us in Iowa. We can't go anywhere anyway. Too cold. Tons of snow. Tons. It's never going to melt until Easter. Easter is early this year. Anyway, yeah. So, what we're going to do here is I am going to take a comfort break and get a little bit of bite to eat. And they say they're going to come back at 2, which is 12:08 here, which means it's 1:08 there. And I'm going to do that, and I'll come back. I'm going to keep the line open on the chat and have everybody just hang out if they want to, or take comfort breaks, get some lunch, and then grab their favorite beverage, trial snacks, whatever comforts you while you're watching. Anyway, this is Hot Coffee Live Chats, and I am glad to do this again. See y'all soon. This is my law nerds right here. Trial nerds. I should say trial nerds. I'm a trial nerd. Anyway, I love you guys. And thank you so much for popping in. This warms my heart on a cold day. Be right back.
Hello, back. Okay. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to see if I can find some other footage on this case. Be right back while we're breaking.
Because of the dismissal of an alternate juror. Let's take a look back at this case against Troconis and her connection with the missing mom's husband.
On Friday, May 24th, 2019, Jennifer Dulos dropped her 5 children off at school and returned to her New Canaan, Connecticut home, never to be seen again. Around 7 o'clock that evening, Dulos was officially reported missing by friends and family.
Startling with 5 children. That's really disturbing.
Once police arrived at her home, they followed a trail of blood from the garage to Jennifer's SUV, abandoned at a nearby park, and a massive search was on. While investigators searched, they discovered evidence pointing to a contentious divorce and custody battle between Jennifer and her luxury home building husband, Fotis Dulos.
I am afraid of my husband, Jennifer said in court papers. I know that filing for divorce will enrage him. I know he will retaliate by trying to harm me in some way.
The only thing I have to say again, for one more time, is that my only concern are my children. I care deeply about them, and I can't wait to be with them again.
After the discovery of surveillance video showing Fotis and his girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, discarding items the evening of Jennifer's disappearance, police began zeroing in on Jennifer's estranged husband.
I hope for her family something, she gets found, or I don't think there can ever be closure, but I hope there is some resolution.
Investigators brought in Fotis and Michelle for interviews. Following the interviews, a note was found during a police search of Fotis' home detailing a timeline. That timeline matched details his girlfriend Michelle Troconis had given police in an interview recalling the day of Jennifer's disappearance.
I hold a paper towel, but I didn't smell it. I didn't see that.
Police interviewed Troconis a total of 3 times, getting conflicting information in each interview.
He gave me a piece of paper over the toilet, a paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag of cleaning, what I was cleaning the house.
Although police have not recovered the body of Jennifer Dulos, on June 1st, less than 2 weeks after her disappearance, Dulos was arrested.
As you know, Mr. Dulos was arrested today and charged with 3 counts: murder, felony murder, and kidnapping. Michelle Troconis was arrested.
3 weeks after Fotis Dulos was charged in the murder of his ex-wife Jennifer, he died by suicide.
They could see through a window that Mr. Dulos was sitting in his vehicle, and he had obvious signs of medical distress.
Now, Michelle Troconis faces trial for conspiracy to commit the murder of her boyfriend's estranged wife, Jennifer Dulos. She's pled not guilty of the charges and claims she was unaware of what Fotis was doing the day Jennifer disappeared. Now, the victim's family hopes that this trial could shed new light on locating Jennifer's body.
It's like having 10,000 bees squawking in your ear. I hate tinnitus.
Keanu Reeves, 59, opens up about tinnitus afflicting him on The Late Show.
I used to have trouble hearing people. I could clearly feel my memory failing. I often couldn't remember my lines during the filming of Constantine. And the director was so annoyed. But now it's completely gone, thanks to my friend Dr. James, who recommended tinnitus to me. And now I've got my...
And Ted, this is such a big case. I'm going to be traveling to Connecticut to cover it. Everyone in Connecticut has been focused on this. Her body has never been found. And so there are a lot of questions. Hopefully, maybe people can get some closure in this case or some sort of resolution. We will see. But meanwhile, let's bring in from New York, trial attorney and civil rights attorney Richard St. Paul. Richard, some of the things that have been talked about in this case is this language barrier by the defendant. And when she was questioned, she was given some information, then she was responding, and she gave some conflicting reports of what took place. But maybe that language barrier is a problem. Defense attorneys can use that. What are you seeing so far as this case just is going to start to get underway on Thursday?
Always like, and the prosecution would always like to have the body, right? Because the body also tells part of the story. So that's kind of going to be an uphill battle for the prosecution is, well, there's no body. And if there's no body, there's no forensic evidence, there's no DNA, there's nothing there that helps connect Troconis to the murder. So this is going to be a very circumstantial case. Now, the defense has already been able to knock out the phone information because the police searched Troconis' phone without a warrant. So that's obviously a win for the defense and a loss for the prosecution. So whatever was on the phone. But this is definitely an uphill battle, and it's going to require a lot of circumstantial evidence. I'm sure the family of Mrs. Dulos sees this as the only opportunity for justice for her. But again, there's still a lot of pieces to connect to show that there was an active, an overt act by Troconis to murder Mrs. Dulos.
And clearly, Fotis Dulos was the person behind this. According to the state, he's dead. Now, this is the only chance for justice, if you will, for this family. The other part of the equation is that body. And I'm sure that family would love to know what really happened. And if she does know, one would think at this point, a deal might have been offered to her in exchange for information, something, because this is one of those cases where, to your point, Richard, it's not a slam dunk for the state. And for the family, you're going to really want as much information as you can. And if she knows something, one would think that would be a pretty good, but here we are. Obviously, no deal's been made.
Right. So no deal's been made here. And whether or not there has been an offer on the table, we don't, that's to be determined. But again, if you are truly innocent, then you're likely not going to want to make a deal. because any deal here will require her to spend time in jail for a lengthy period of time. And so if you working with your defense team believe that you have a strong case that you can present and you're innocent, you're going to take that shot out there. And again, as I said before, this is a lot of circumstantial evidence. And to, and also just the police interview, the language barrier, that's something that is going to be mitigating factors to the jury saying, hey, she didn't really understand what was saying. She wasn't really sure. She didn't know her rights. And certainly she was nervous. All that's going to play as part of defense as to why they were conflicting the stories. The defense is always going to want to explain away things that the prosecution says that the prosecution wants to hang their hat on.
Do you think we could see her take the stand in this case, and she could easily pin it on her ex-boyfriend? We could obviously see that happening.
Certainly, the times that the defendant, I should say, takes the stand, and the defense wants the defendant to take the stand, is typically when there is a story that only the defendant can tell. And here, it is likely that only the defendant can tell the story. For example, I didn't know that he was dumping things into the trash bag, which could have been, we don't know what it was, could have been different evidence, could have been body parts, could have been DNA, things like that. But she had no idea what that was when he was dumping that stuff into the trash can. That's certainly something only she can say, that she didn't know anything about this, that she had no idea what he was doing, and that she wasn't involved. So I think that's certainly something that the jury's going to want to hear as her side of the story. And of course, there's a double-edged sword because the prosecution has the ability to then cross-examine. And if she's not very well prepared for this, the prosecution may trip her up and it may hurt her.
Yeah, and that'll be last-minute decision, obviously, from the defense whether to throw her on the stand. Because let's face it, it's a difficult case, and if you are making inroads on cross-examination, it's not worth the risk to throw her up there if you think that you've been able to establish. There's not a ton of evidence, and you know this case better than I do, Kelly. But this seems like one where there's an opening for the defendant.
Well, and it's supposedly they did, if she was to take the stand, supposedly they did make multiple stops on that day when they were throwing away trash, or even if she just threw one thing away. There were multiple stops made. That's according to some reports. Of course, that information is going to come out at trial. The prosecutors are going to flesh that out. But if she did take the stand, you would ask her, okay, so why did you make multiple stops at these various,
You're not asking questions.
trash
What am I doing?
cans across, the city? I mean, that doesn't make sense. That's a little bit odd.
Yeah, and avoiding her answering that question is probably good for the defense. Correct, Richard?
One thing I think is the way you could kind of explain it away is Mr. Dulos was involved in construction. And so he said that, listen, it's a pain to get rid of this stuff. I'm involved in construction. I got to get permits and stuff. So it's easy if I just take this stuff and throw it into the garbage rather than getting permits or paying to have this construction material hauled away. So that could be explained away.
Right, and you're right. And then she can say that that's what he told me. It was just construction material. Fascinating case. Kelly's going to be there, and we'll all be watching.
They want you to change your name. Archie Leach doesn't cut it. Anything come to mind?
Cary Grant. Cary Grant is a character. Be very careful about how he's perceived.
When am I gonna see Mother again?
No, please, I want to go home. You know what's wrong with you?
Okay. Yeah, I was wrong. So I was right about the husband did commit suicide. That I was right about. So 2, 1 wrong. And I think the state will have a hard time proving this. I really do. Okay, so anyway, let's take roll call. Who's here? Anyway.
To watch this video again, let me know. Because it did have some interesting things in it. And at this point, the state is going to have to prove Michelle was involved covering the murder with the body that has not been found. I don't know where I got my information at, or maybe I wasn't reading the right one. Heck, I don't know. But anyway, I'm only human. But anyway, yeah, so they're going to have to prove that she was involved with no body found. I want grounds. Was she arrested? Boy, there's a lot of questions in this case. I mean, there really is. All right, let me go back and put on the trial so we can have that up there. Be right back. I'm going to start my camera. And you see this lovely little face. Yeah. Okay. We're going to stare at the logo of the great state of Connecticut. Yeah. So anyway, it gives me a little bit of an idea of how this trial is going to go. My prediction is they're going to have a hard time proving Michelle was involved. That's just my thing. That's just my take right now. It's suspicious that her husband did commit suicide. This is, oh yeah, well. A human crowd.
Okay, I'm back. I did a little bit of a research, and I like to say that I'm wrong. Her body was never found. I think what I've read, I misread that. I think they found some kind of a human remains or something like that near the club. But anyway, that's been determined. And also, I do want to tell you that Fotis Dulos, that was her husband, Fotis. He did commit suicide, and he did commit suicide, and then let's see, they were arrested for tampering the evidence. And before even everything started, 1 year before she vanished, her husband owned Jennifer's father over $2 million, and he declared it was a gift. Five years after the disappearance, her mother, Gloria Farber, August 2023, requested Jennifer to be declared deceased. And that was to protect Jennifer and her and the children's assets, just for Jen's children. And October 24th, on 2023, that was official and declared Jennifer is deceased. So, any thoughts out there? Lots of questions. How's the state going to prove all of this with no body? We always say no body, no crime. I'm just saying. Yeah, it is quite interesting. So that's what I found out in some research, and a little bit of research. And yeah, so it does appear that Jennifer has a very wealthy family. You could tell that just by the house and the, pictures on the wall with the children. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't determine somebody's rich or anything, but just the way it was blown up and presented. This is all very sad. So, does anybody want to add to that? I have 3 people listening. Hit the like button. So anyway. So yes, it was determined that he did commit suicide. It's kind of weird. Kind of obvious. He commit suicide. Because you don't want to face all this. People, that's coward. I said that. So anyway, the trial should start around 3 minutes, 3 o'clock. I don't know. It's been a long day already. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, yep, pretty much, Lori. Pretty much. So the husband was on trial for the $2 million that he owned. You can look it up on Law and Crime has a video that I was watching, and it was a good summary of this whole trial. So Lori, I think what's going to be really a challenge for the state to prove that Michelle had any involvement at tampering the evidence of the murder of Jennifer. So he just killed himself, and there's no way anybody could tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, I hate to say that, but I'm not going to say it. Anyway. Yeah, that is suspicious. I think it's, I mean, they're accusing him of tampering evidence and question is, did he want to kill her because of the money he owes her family? Why would that, I don't know. Again, we don't know. Why would he kill her if she owes money to her family? Is she the one who's pursuing all this? Is she the one who's questioning him and knowing all the dirty secrets? Why her husband owes her father over $2 million? So far, not seen any motive. That could be a motive, but why would he? I don't know. Why would he kill the whole? Gosh, this is. Excuse me. I didn't wake up this morning and knowing that I was going to do this case. I just wanted to know my whole day was just like totally differently planned. But, well, just, wait and see. But I did stand correct, Lori. Nobody. All right, we see movement coming in. Camera. Hopefully this time they can get the auto straightened out. Yeah, hi, whoever's here, come on in. Say hello to us. More the merrier. Oh, it's moving. This is going to be interesting. I really am into this trial now. Damn it. I didn't think I was going to ever do this again. Here I am. Oh, boy. I'm sorry. I'm just... Yeah, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. So I be encouraged to do this again. Oh, okay. So I screwed up on the body. I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, at least I admit I'm wrong. 2 can turn into 200. Oh, God, Lori. Well, I don't know. I only have 30 people subscribe. Maybe not. Yeah. So anyway, interesting. $2 million in loans to Jennifer's family. He was arrested he was arrested for that, for not paying the loan a year before her vanished. Oh God, it gets better. So so here it is, you guys. We have a suspect and he's dead. Because he's too, well, I'm going to say it anyway. I am, because he's too coward to face his crime.
Yeah, I already said it. How much snow did you get? Oh, I would say good 8 inches. More coming on the way. 5. I'm in Iowa. So I'm really glad I found this case because it's too darn cold to go out and it's too much snow. And now I'm just talking to some wonderful people about case. Oh gosh. And then she declared his mother, his poor mom, her poor mom, I mean, Gloria. So Gloria Farber, that's her mother, August 2023, her death was declared she's deceased. Yeah, I know. Wow. We were due for that. We've been having some mild winters lately, so hey. It's our turn to get dumped on. Why are courts always late? Whoever's in there, please say hi. It helps me. Yeah, so I know I'm not talking to it, just a screen. Wow. Oh, anyway, I hope my little research has helped a little bit. Yeah, I do. Let me see. I found a good write-up on the whole entire case. Well, thank you, Lori. And it does give you a lot of good information. I'm trying to figure out where the source is here. Anyway, if you type in what happened to Farber Dulos, I keep pronouncing that wrong, and I know I am, and was she ever found? And it just talks about how it all came down. And when did she disappear? It was May 24th, 2019. She was a mother of 5 and dropped her children off of New Canada, wherever that is, before she vanished. And the disappearance occurred amidst her active legal battle for child custody. Oh, we got a child custody here. And divorce against her husband, Fotis. Fotis and Jennifer were in process of getting divorced at the time of the disappearance. And Jennifer was 50 and Fotis was 52 at the time. So, I guess it's just a little bit of what's happening. So it is a divorce battle, children, who gets the kids type of deal. She just disappeared and their father decided to kill himself. Jeez.
Counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the.
Glad you're interested in this case. So am I. The more I
May I continue, Your
hear
Honor?
it, more information, the more I'm interested in it. I can't say I like the case. I mean, come on.
Before the break,
How can you like anything murdered?
the state was asking you questions with respect to 54 wells.
All right.
Do you recall those line of questioning?
Do we have this on mute?
And you testified before the break as well.
Sorry.
About, obtaining video surveillance from that residence.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. How many camera angles did you, or how many cameras themselves did you obtain from that residence?
2.
Can you briefly, well, what were their names?
Is the volume better?
Camera 3 and camera 7.
What area did camera 3 cover?
That covered the garage area looking south from the house.
Did it encompass any area of the road?
Yes, it did. It picked up a partial section of Wells Lane.
And camera 7?
Camera 7 was mounted on the front of the house, and that picked up Wells Lane as it passed in front of the residence.
The road that both camera 3 and camera 7 picked up, was that the same road?
Yes.
Okay, and is that Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I may just have one moment. Your Honor.
Thanks, Lori. Sorry about that.
At this point, Your Honor, the state is going to play states 3. So I'm going to ask you to direct your attention
And
to
stage
the
3 has been admitted as a full exhibit. No objection.
Thank you. By the way, sir, on 54 Wells, for camera 3, about how many hours did the New Canaan Police Department or yourself download for that time or that camera?
We downloaded approximately 24 hours worth of video, one whole day.
And with respect to camera 7,
The same amount.
what was there anything of evidentiary value on those 24 hours?
There was.
About what time period?
The first item that we noticed was at approximately 7:58 hours, 7:58 a.m.
If I can, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. Upon the state's 3, I'm going to, for the record, Your Honor, play what is titled Cam 3 75800.
I found my headphones. Okay, thanks a lot, Lori. Found my headphones. I can
Just going to stop it real quick. Sir, if you
Hear it
want to mind just
better.
explaining what is depicted on that screen.
So this is the driveway in front of the garage at 54 Wells Lane. It's looking effectively south, and what you'll see in the top right of the screen is actually Wells Lane as it travels past the residence.
If you wouldn't mind, please, if you can stand up and approach and just point out that area on that screen.
Sure. So this being the driveway area, very top is where Wells Lane passes that residence.
Okay. And with respect to the numbers on the upper left hand, what is that?
That is the date and timestamp from
Look,
the
they're
actual
pink.
VR unit or the unit, the system itself that puts on the video.
Was that timestamp accurate?
Yes, it was.
And you can have a seat, sorry. I'm going to hit play. Sir, I'm going to, well, let me ask you this. Does that vehicle that passes appear on another screen?
It does. It also shows on camera 7 during the same time frame.
State's going to play states 3, cam 7 underscore 758 75830. And same questions, I paused it right at the beginning. If you can, sir, just explain what we're looking at right here.
So this is the front of the residence at 54 Wells Lane, the driveway, and then in the background is Wells Lane as it passes in front of the residence.
And the numbers on the top, please.
That is the date and time that the video was recorded.
I'm going to hit play.
Oh, it looks like it was a beautiful residence. Very beautiful residence.
Actually, if I can, I am going to pause it and bring it. And I pause it at this clip. It states 19 seconds. Sir, did you watch this video on May 20? Would it be the 24th or the 25th?
It was probably the 25th and beyond.
How did you identify this as the vehicle?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is, well, characterization. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Well, in this court's view, the exhibit does not speak for itself. There's more than one black Chevy Suburban. The testimony elicited has to do with how this officer determined which black Chevy Suburban it was.
I agree.
If you can answer, sir, please.
So we had previously located Jennifer Dulos' vehicle, so we knew exactly what it looked like. And as we reviewed the video, when we found this, it matched up with a vehicle that we had previously impounded. Therefore, we knew it was her vehicle leaving her residence.
Now, is this the same vehicle? I'm sorry. Is this the same vehicle that you had spent the preceding night standing by?
Yes, it is.
And is there anything distinctive about that vehicle?
The wheels matched up on it, and there are also stickers on both rear quarter panels, passenger and driver side. And those decals matched up with the ones that were on her vehicle that we had impounded.
And is that what drew your attention to this, I guess, segment?
Yes, that it exited from the same vicinity that you could see in camera 3 was the same vicinity her driveway exited to Wells Lane. In addition, looking at the wheels and the sticker that's on the rear corner there, it matched up with the vehicle that we had impounded.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you see that vehicle on those cameras again?
Yes, we did. At approximately 8:05 a.m., it came back the opposite direction.
Going to play states 3 cam 7 _ 805-80540. Sir, if you can just direct your attention to the screen behind you again, please. And again, I'm going to pause it briefly. What does this depict?
This is again camera 7, which is depicting the front of 54 Wells Lane and Wells Lane itself as it travels past the residence.
And the timestamp?
The date and the time, which again is 8:05 hours.
And just to be clear, is this the same camera that we just saw on the other camera 7 clip?
Yes, it is.
If I can, I'm actually going to pause it and bring it back. And the same question, sir. How did you identify this clip as its evidentiary value?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So the vehicle, again, matched the vehicle that we had previously impounded. The wheels matched up exactly, and so did the sticker that can be just seen on the left rear quarter there.
Can you see that sticker on the screen at this point? I believe I stopped it or paused it at 24 seconds on the clip.
Yes, I can.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, could you please get up and point to it?
If you look at the rear of the vehicle, right down in this corner, there's a white sticker that's there just behind the gas spill cap.
And again, I'm sorry if I can, states 3 cam 3 _ 805-806. Sir, please take a look behind you. And I'm just gonna stop it at 45 seconds. Sir, is that the same time, or is the timestamp the same?
Yes, it is.
And is this the camera 3? I believe, is that the same camera that we saw previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, after 8:05 that morning, did you continue to watch these cameras?
Yes, we did.
And do you see that vehicle appear at another time?
Yes, I did. At approximately 10:25 a.m.
Is that depicted on camera 3 or camera 7?
Should be depicted on both.
Okay. The can states 3 cam 3_1025 to 102530. And I'm just going to pause it briefly, sir. Again, the numbers on the top upper left-hand corner
That is the date and time the video was recorded.
and the timestamp, please.
10:25 and 6 seconds.
Thank you. I'm actually going to stop that and play states 3 cam 7_1025 to 102530. And the same question, sir, is this the same camera 7 that we have seen previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the timestamp?
That is the same at 10:25 and 2 seconds.
Thank you. And I'll stop it at 20 seconds, Your Honor. Sir, how did you know that that was of evidentiary value to you?
We were looking for anything depicting vehicle movement, of Jennifer's vehicle moving, and the fact that that was leaving the residence again was of interest to us.
Do you see that vehicle appear on those cameras again?
We did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Sherman. I represent the shelter Troconis. I just have a few questions. You're watching, how many hours of video did you watch yourself from the neighbor?
In total, it was 48 hours, 24 hours from each camera 3 and camera 7.
And did you see, starting when?
Starting at midnight on the 24th of May.
Did you see any other vehicles coming and going that other than the Suburban that we just watched?
Yes.
Did you capture any of those pictures as being of any evidentiary value?
We did not. Initially, we noted them, but as the investigation went forward, they were determined to be neighbors' vehicles or visiting vehicles that had nothing to do with the case itself.
And you mentioned that there was something about the hubcaps on this particular, the wheel covers on this particular Suburban that were unique or stood out. Can you tell us what that was? I'm just curious.
They weren't unique, but they matched up with the vehicle that we'd already impounded.
Do you know how many different styles of hubcaps or wheel covers there are for Chevy Suburbans?
Not offhand, I do not.
So it was the sticker that you're referring to that we see in the back panel on some of the video clips, right?
That was a piece of it, yes.
Without that, it would be like any other Chevy Suburban from around that year, right?
It's feasible, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state will call Kelly Coughlin.
Hi, Spacey. Oops, I was muted. Don't get in trouble. I think the state's going to have a hard time in this case. Nobody? Yeah, Spazio's wrong. Nobody was found. Nobody, no crime. I keep thinking that in this case. I don't know why. Hello. 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 Who just walked in? Okay.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kelly Coughlin, Kelly. Coughlin is C-O.
You mean it started like 10 minutes ago or so?
And your affiliation?
Police officer, Town of New Canaan. Good afternoon, Officer Coughlin. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am good. You work for the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes.
What is your current rank?
Officer.
Okay. How long have you worked for New Canaan PD?
8 years.
Okay. Do you work in a particular division or department of New Canaan?
I'm a patrol officer.
Do you have a specific assignment?
No, just general patrol.
With respect to being a New Canaan police officer, patrol officer, if you will, do you have a specific training and experience as part of that?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe some of your training as a New Canaan police officer?
I received 6 months of training at the Connecticut State Police Academy prior to working in New Canaan. Then we go through a field training program for approximately 10 weeks before being a certified officer on our own in patrol.
And with respect to, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
In what way?
I'm the school liaison officer there.
And what does that mean?
School liaison officer is a police officer with our department who is a form of communication or a line of communication with the administration at the school and somebody who visits with staff and students regularly.
With respect to, how long have you been a liaison officer with New Canaan Country Day School?
Since 2018.
What exactly is New Canaan Country Day School?
It's a private school in New Canaan that has students from pre-K through 9th grade.
How big is it?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Is it one building or more than one?
It's a campus with multiple buildings.
If I can. Your Honor, states 5, I believe there's no objection. That's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
States 5 admitted as a full exhibit.
Officer Coughlin, I'm going to draw your attention to the TV screen behind you if I can. By the way, are you familiar with the area around New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
And there's only one photograph on states 5, Your Honor, just for the record. I'm going to show that here. Officer Coughlin, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
What is it?
The campus of New Canaan Country School and the surrounding area.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, may I ask her to step up to the screen? Would you mind, please? Thank you. With respect to New Canaan Country School, could you identify it on screen, please?
Yes, here.
Okay. Is it that area, or how many buildings does it encompass?
It encompasses the buildings up here, the fields to the side, and the buildings here up until Frogtown Road.
So what is the road on, I guess it is kind of going from top to bottom. I don't know if that's north or south. Perhaps you can describe that for me.
This road here runs north and south through New Canaan. It's called Conus Ridge Road.
And the road that kind of goes across the middle but up the side, what is that?
This road goes east to west. It's Frogtown Road.
Is Wells Lane depicted on that photograph as well?
Yes.
And could you please point that out as well?
Wells Lane runs here.
Okay. And particularly, do you know where 69 Wells Lane is?
Yes.
Could you please point that out? And for the record, you're pointing to the middle, center, right? I guess. Thank you. Now, are you at some point, thank you. At some point I'm going to draw your attention to May 2019. At some point, did you review video surveillance from New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
And what was your assignment with respect to that?
I was reviewing multiple sets of videos that came into the police department in reference to the investigation from different houses, schools, different locations.
When you say investigation, what are we talking about?
The missing person investigation for Jennifer Dulos.
So was New Canaan Country Day School one of the videos that you were reviewing?
Yes.
During that time period? Okay. And was there, did you find anything of evidentiary value on that video?
Yes.
What did you find?
Jennifer's vehicle was on the New Canaan Country School campus on the morning that she was last seen of May 24th, 2019.
Do you recall what time?
8:03 a.m.
And with respect to the, is that depicted on a camera footage, by the way?
Yes.
Where is that? Well, let me just, why don't I show you? I may have a moment, Your Honor, just. State 6, I believe there's no objection to it being a full exhibit, Your Honor. Is that correct? The video, the clips.
No objection.
Thank you.
Stage 6 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I'm going to stop it there, playing State 6. If you could just take a look behind you, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. Going to hit play. Officer Coughlin, was that the video that you identified? Or
Yes.
Clip of the video that you identified?
Yes.
Okay, if I can have 1 second, and I'm going to pause it and ask you a question.
Here's why I'm never going back to my old runny eyeliner again.
I'm kind of particular with my eyeliner, but
Officer Coughlin, if you can go up to the screen again, and I know it's small, but in the upper left-hand corner, can't scroll in, there is some writing on the top. Can you see that?
Upper left-hand corner?
Yes. What is that writing?
2019 0524, referring to the date of May 24th, 2019, 8:03 and 44 seconds a.m. MS North JD video.
With respect to the 803 time period, or I apologize, I'll strike that. With respect to the 803, what did that mean?
8:03 was the time that this camera captured the vehicle passing through Country School campus.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Officer Coughlin, had you on, let me ask you a question. On May 24th of 2019, did you respond at all to Lapham Road that night?
No.
Did you review or see in person the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road?
No.
So when you reviewed this footage, how did you identify that vehicle?
I viewed photographs of that vehicle, which were taken when it was recovered on Lapham Road and later processed.
And did you utilize those photographs in your review of the video?
Sorry, closed caption is not available. Usually they are. I'll fix the screen here in a second. Sorry.
Change it out.
Darn it.
And I have
Usually they are. That's weird.
I'm going to put back in states 5.
All right. Sorry.
And draw your attention
I tried.
to the screen behind you.
I did. I tried. Gee, usually they are. Bad auto? about sound, and you're not going to give us closed captions? Come on. Let me try it again. It's unavailable.
Just to close it up here, that video screen that we saw in states, I guess, 6, where was that? If you could, is the camera that video came from depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please stand up and point to where that video or that angle was? Here. Okay, what is that white building?
That's the middle school on the campus of New Canaan Country School.
Okay. And is that a one-way, or if you can just describe it, please?
The way in which Jennifer's vehicle was seen traveling out is a one-way exit out of the main portion of campus and goes towards Ponus Ridge Road.
What time does New Canaan Country Day School start in the morning?
Typically there's different start times based on grade level, but typically between 8:15 and 8:30.
Is there a time for drop-off, or that the school is open for drop-off of the children that go there?
Typically between 7:45 and 8:30.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Now, with respect to when you found or saw this vehicle on the video, did you share that information with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you share that with?
The other officers in the detective bureau who were working on the case.
And who were they?
There were numerous members from the New Canaan Police Department and the Connecticut State Police.
Let me just have one moment. I have nothing further. Thank you, Officer Kaufman.
Wow, she drops the kids off to school, then she disappears. I read that in the article. Cold-blooded.
For you, was this particular camera that you just showed us the video from a continuous running, or was it motion active?
Continuous running.
And how long a period of time did you watch?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was a short period of time.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. You may stand.
Moving right along. Let's get these witnesses going. Come on.
If I may, Your Honor, this state. Oh, if I may, I'm sorry, Officer Coughlin, you don't have to move, but just for the record, Officer Coughlin will be recalled. She's still under subpoena. The state intends to recall her for other parts of the trial and testify about other things. I did inform counsel of that as well. So
Okay,
she's still under subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Corey Clabby will be coming next, Your Honor. If I may just approach the floor.
I haven't got that far yet, Lori. I have no idea. I don't know. Let me see what this article says.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
First name's Corey, C-O-R-E-Y. Last name is Clabby, C-L-A. B as in boy, B as in boy, Y.
Thank you, and your affiliation?
I'm with the Connecticut State Police Major Crime Squad, Western District.
Thank you.
Detective, you may be seated. Thank you.
Detective Clabby, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good. You work for the Connecticut State Police?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been with the Connecticut State Police?
Since May 7th of 2010.
And do you work for a particular division or department within the Connecticut State Police?
Presently with the Western District Major Crime Squad, a Troop G in support.
If you could walk me through a little bit, you said Western District Major Crimes.
Correct.
Well, how many districts are there?
So the state's broken up into 3 districts. There's Western, Central, and Eastern District.
And with respect to Western District Major Crimes, what, I guess, troops would it be that does it cover?
Each district has several troops within, and within each troop, there's a group of major crime detectives. who
I
work
just
out of
put
that
down
team.
Hub Post on May 30th,
Western District major
2023.
crimes,
Explains a lot of things in detail
do those troops
also.
cover?
Well, it would depend on the troop
I'm
coverage
trying to
area.
piece
So for Troop G, we
this
cover
together
a
here,
massive
folks.
area, mostly like Fairfield, New Haven County. So we either cover those towns directly, or we cover like the state facilities, highways.
It's a
so
good
on and so forth.
article.
So it depends. If there's a local PD, so for example, in this case, New Canaan, they may utilize us for assistance and we'll come out to assist them. But other than that, we just cover mostly like state facilities or jurisdictions.
Where is Western District Major Crimes headquarters?
It's in Litchfield.
If you cover Bridgeport, Fairfield down to New Haven, how do you get up to Litchfield as the headquarters?
Basically, you would take Route 8, Route 25, and just keep going up
Well,
to Litchfield.
That was a very bad question. I guess my question is really, how is your headquarters in Litchfield if you encompass a town area that is down at the,
Okay, so basically there's a command structure throughout the agency. So in Western District, the headquarters, the command staff is located out of Litchfield. So the detectives themselves, we branch out to the local like troops. For me, Troop G, we have detectives Troop A, Troop B, and Troop L.
And Troop A, B, L, and G would encompass Western District?
Correct.
When it gets to, and you're a detective,
Correct.
is there also I guess, a crime scene unit?
Yeah, so within each major crime squad, and there's 3 throughout each per district, there is a crime van, and they basically handle like scene evidence, video, photography of the scene, handling the evidence, maintaining the evidence, seizing the evidence, and so on.
And the van would fall under Western District Major Crimes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so where were you in relation to Western District Major Crimes? If you could just explain the structure a little bit.
So at the time of this incident, and still presently, I'm assigned to Troop G.
Not
So
sure,
my office
Mommy.
that I report to is in Bridgeport at Troop G.
But evidently he was waiting for at home. There is an article that I just
Van
posted
is
on chat.
located in
It's
Litchfield,
very
where
interesting.
the headquarters is for the district, and they would respond from there. And
It gives you a
where
whole
they get their orders.
idea what this case is all about. You know, basically, we're doing our own opening.
So the other districts would be Central District, which is basically the middle of the state. If you look at a map, top to bottom, and then out east would be Eastern District, and they'd be on the other side of the state. So
And if, by the way, if I use the terminology van, what do I mean by that? Just
So it's
we're
the
on
crime van. So it's basically each district has a van. Within that van is equipment, and there's people that are assigned to that. There's several detectives, and their job, and a sergeant, is they operate within that van. Everything they do to process the crime scene
He
is
looks
located
mean.
within that van.
Look at this up, you guys. The guy looks mean.
there in each district,
Wow.
I guess, Western
Where
District,
if I
Central District, Eastern District.
There's one van per district.
Okay, so there's only 3 essential vans that cover the state police.
Correct.
For major crimes, okay.
Correct.
In May of 2019, where were you?
I was where I am now, working in Troop G.
And did you happen to respond? Actually, before I go for that, can you just briefly explain to the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a state trooper?
Okay, so we go to a state police academy, which is in Meriden. It's a 7-month academy. It's kind of fast and furious, physical. There's a lot of academics. There's a lot of training on investigations, equipment you utilize, basically everything you utilize. Crime investigation, motor vehicle investigation, tactics to kind of like de-escalate situations, basically everything you need to know to do the job.
And how did you get to a detective with major crimes?
So that's a tested position that you have to apply for, interview for. You have to supply work that you've done, case work, whether it be search warrants, arrest warrants, and you go through an interview process, and it's a rank system. And if you rank and do well, and there's a position for you, you get the offer, you accept. And so
In May of 2024, specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to May 24th, 2019. Did you have occasion to respond to 69 Wells that day?
yes.
In what capacity?
So Sergeant Bisson was patrolling the van on that night. He called me and informed me that they were going to be going out to a scene in New Canaan at 69 Wells for the report of a missing person. Wanted some extra help to handle the scene At the time, I was considered an alternate on the van, so if they needed manpower, I would go with them and assist them in processing the scenes. So he asked for me to go, and I said yes.
As a, I guess, alternate on the van, do you have to have any specific training or anything to have that position?
It's the same training you have, you know, you're taught by the people you work with, and
And would you only be an alternate, I guess, if you were in that Western District Major Crime
Correct.
Squad? Okay. With respect to 69 Wells, who was your sergeant that day?
Sergeant Wilson was in charge of the van that day.
And normally, who is your sergeant?
Evidently,
Sergeant,
there was a
Kennedy.
neighbor who had a camera who captured this whole entire thing when she came back from dropping off the kids from school.
When you arrived, did you have a specific?
Captured that part, not the
When I
murder.
arrived, I was assigned by Sergeant Bisson to do the scene video.
What is the scene video?
So when we begin to process a scene, the first thing that happens every time is that we will go in and video the scene as is. So you can basically see a look of like what we walked into, what we saw, where things were, if things were disturbed, if they were not, if there was evidence somewhere. It's basically the general surroundings. So you're going to see it the first time as we saw it when we arrived.
Is there a certain process or procedure that occurs when you go to assist in, or you are processing a scene or a residence?
Normally it is, we're going to do so, like in this case, is based on a search warrant. We'll wait for that approval once we know it's official and we receive, you know, instructions from the supervisor on scene. We start, video starts, photographs follow, and then there's just a system that goes. We identify evidence, someone handles the evidence, someone does a sketch of the scene, they do a map of the scene, we do video, we do photographs, then there's collection of the evidence.
Let me ask you this, sir. If you're naming a lot of assignments, did everybody get a specific assignment, or was everybody a piece of everything?
Everyone gets a certain assignment at the time, and then obviously as you complete yours, you then assist somebody else with theirs if needed. So you're not just standing there with your hands in your pockets.
Okay. And your assignment that night was?
Was video.
Okay. And was there somebody there to take photographs?
Yes, there was other detectives that took photographs.
And you also mentioned collection of evidence.
Mhm.
Who was assigned to that?
Officially, I don't recall. Might have been Detective Riley, if memory serves.
Okay, but you didn't have any role in that?
No.
If I may have, what time did you took the video that night?
Correct.
What time did you start?
So the video commenced at 4:21 in the morning on the 25th.
And when did it finish?
It finished on the 25th at 5:31 p.m.
Did you have anybody assist you?
For the video, no, it was mostly me. Unless maybe if I needed some extra lighting, someone would hold a flashlight for me, but as I recall, it was pretty much just myself.
Was anybody inside the house when you conducted the video?
No. So as I would progress forward through the house, people doing photographs would follow, but prior to me, no one was through the house, to my knowledge.
Is there a initial walkthrough?
Normally there is with the case officer and perhaps the scene supervisor, but I was not present for that.
Your Honor, the state's intention is to play state 7. I believe there's no objection.
That's correct.
For the record, Your Honor, it is approximately, I believe you said, how long is it, sir?
Well, it's probably about an hour or more.
Yes, Your
State
Honor.
7 will be admitted at the full exhibit.
Thank you. At this point, Your Honor, it is the state's intention to play the entire video.
So what we will do, counsel, is we'll play the video until 3:15. Take our afternoon recess and then resume.
Thank you. If I may just have one moment. I may just have a moment, Your Honor. It looks like my computer decided to stop. Okay. A couple questions before we start, sir. Do you document the entire residence in it by itself?
Yeah, so you'll normally start from the outside, do a full video from the outside, and then we'll start and try to systematically go through room by room. depending on the layout of the structure. In this case, it was a large one, so it was kind of difficult to seamlessly go through it, but, and then we'll end with a final picture of the exterior when we're done.
With respect to the entire residence, do you document a certain area if you find anything of evidentiary value in it, or what do you do?
Clearly, if we see something that we believe is of concern for the investigation or evidence, then we'll obviously try to focus on that and show that, so the people that may see it in the future can have an understanding of what we saw and what things look like, prior to our collection and scene process.
Was there a particular area of the house that you focused on?
The garage was of importance.
And when, in relation to watching the hour-long video, where is the garage in the video?
It's probably towards the end.
Okay, why is that?
It was just, if I recall, I went through the front door and it kind of branched off and worked around and ended out coming through the garage.
All right, if I can, just one question before we start.
I wrote some comments down in my chat,
If I can just have a moment here.
and I hope it helps. Like I said, all this was found in the article that I found online. You can go ahead and check it out. It's a Huff Post, May
That's basically just a
30th.
quick way that we show documentation of a case number. The
Just some really
location,
good information about this
and
case.
who's doing the film. So you'll see that in the beginning and you'll
Hey.
see that in the closing. And it usually will have the date and the start time at the top. And you'll notice in the end, you'll see the date and the end time at the top. So it's just to document kind of like, this is what you're looking at, who did it and when.
And what is the date and start time there?
The date is May 25th, 2000.
I didn't read the whole article yet.
4:21
I'm
a.m.
just getting bits and pieces while listening. Ooh, beautiful home. Wow. Goes to show money does not make you happy. Okay, 4 of you are in here. Thank you for coming in and watching this with me. It's an impromptu decision. Hit the like button and say hello to me, so I know I'm not talking to a dead screen. Just a screen I'm talking to. I like to know I have people talking to me too. Yes, it's lovely, isn't it, Lori? I would love to live in that house. Yep. Wow. Beautiful. Roll call. Who's here listening to me? Chat with me. Hmm. You know what? Let me check on that. Good question. Hold the fort, Lori. Be right back. Let me check. He was a real estate developer. Yeah, real estate developer. And let's see, he was charged with the murder, the death of his estranged wife, died in New York City hospital 2 days after attempting suicide at his home. Ah. Hello, everybody who joined us. So anyway, yeah, he was a real estate developer. Her, I don't know. I'll be right back. Let me see what she did. Oh, so sad. I'm not sure what occupation she was. It's not really saying. Maybe she was took care of the house. It looked like the house would be a lot to take care of. That was probably her occupation. Beautiful home. Gosh, I can't believe how gorgeous this home is. Wonder if they have a pool. I bet they do. Show the pool. That's a pool home. Pool house. Gosh. I want to live there. Isn't that sad, you guys? Spacey is working. I'm so glad you're here. You guys supporting me. That's so sweet. Oh my gosh, look at that picture. I wonder if that's her. I wonder if that's her. I'm sad. Oh God. Oh my gosh. Why? I don't get it. Okay, Mommy, thanks for popping in. Thank you. You too. I'll stay warm. Oh, Lori Hanson, enjoy your day. Oh, what's wrong with me today? My brain is just so fuzzy. Look at that, you guys. Isn't that just terribly sad? Look how pretty she was. I bet that was her. This is literally breaking my heart. I'm not being phony. I don't know why. This is breaking my heart. Those poor kids without their mom. And their dad, a coward, killing himself. Oh gosh, I can't get over this. My gosh. Ugh. Look, her life. She didn't know somebody was going to kill her that day. She went on her own day with her day, took the kids to school, and yes, it was ruled a suicide. She took the kids to school, and yeah, her husband killed himself. Is that what you're saying? Asking Lori. Look, that house looks just like it was lived in. Yeah, it was. That article is really interesting. That I got the bit and pieces of information from. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she does, doesn't she? So beautiful. I want justice for her. I just feel so bad. I don't know. I don't know. Doing well with her life and just marry this guy for 13 years, I believe. I guess I read somewhere where she filed a divorce and was very scared of him. This is just like everything just stopped. The clock just stopped in this house of life. This is really kind of neat information, to be honest. Wouldn't this be good opening for a book? For maybe just everything just stopped. The photos in the house, beautiful wife that just disappears. Yet also, according to the article that I read, there was a little bit of blood in the garage, in the kitchen. Mops and cleaning aids were in there. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to look at out of her stuff. I'm gonna zoom into this. So here it is. I won't see chat for here for a second. Look. If these walls could talk. Wow, what a beautiful home. I wonder where that C stands for. And the little kid stuffed animal. Yeah, she was afraid of him. Nobody could save her. Nobody could save her. Nobody could save her. I want justice for you, Jennifer. That house was a home. Let's look at the kitchen. She was a mother, a good mother, preparing their lunches, getting them ready for school. Wonder what that C balloon stands for. Oh. What an image for the jury to see this, you know? I mean, what an image. I wonder if this is how it was the day she was abducted, or was she kidnapped? Did the house just stopped in time of this? Oh, gosh. I just can't help but be so sad. So I think the purpose of this is to show that how human life was once there, how everything just looked after her disappearance. Because we all have to remember that she was scared of her husband. She just took the kids off to school. She did her daily routine of life. She had a busy day. She was going to take the kids to doctor's appointments. Just everyday good mother things. And that house was probably busy with 5 children, getting them ready and life and giggling and, oh, come here, come on, get ready. Where's your shoes? Oh, geez. And then she takes them to school, and then that's it. The kids said goodbye to her. Bye, Mom. See you later. Look, dogs, dog dishes, boots. Or what is that, a mud room or something, what they call them? Oh. So yeah, if anybody wondering what the purpose of this video is, that's the purpose of the video. Just kind of to show what kind of life it was. What kind of, look at the kids' shoes. Yeah, I could see the purpose of this. This is very powerful to me. I don't know about anybody else. And if you go to that article, you'll see a picture of this monster. This is really good of the state to do this. I'm sure some people out there are saying, what's this? How come? Well, that's why it is. That's how come. Look, we're seeing her life and her kid's life, showing compassion right now. This is powerful. Clever. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate you coming in. Okay. Thanks for listening. I appreciate this video. I don't know why. I really do. Makes you just stop and think. What went on in that beautiful home? You know, actually, this is just more than just a beautiful home to me. It just shows a lot of love and everything. Oh, well, sure. You're welcome, Lori. I enjoy it. Thank you. Nice to see you, Lori. Yeah, it's just look at the basement and oh my, I hope they don't show the kids' room. Oh, I'll be losing it. Oh, you know, with me and kids. Oh, I have a. Oh my. Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Attorney Manning, we can stop the video now and take our afternoon recess till 3:30.
All right. Everybody stay on this honorable spirit for now. Please exit the courtroom.
The court is on a 15-minute break. Who's still here? Hopefully I'm not talking alone. If so, that's all right. So the impact on that video. Left me speechless, and yet a lot of words in my head. Makes me want to just take a moment and just grieve for her children. Okay, thanks, Spacey. I don't know. It's just, this whole case is just touching. I want justice, and I just wish she could have it with her ex, or to be ex. I mean, I could just see it in my head. She comes home, and here's this monster waiting for her. You guys go look up this article and go look at that picture of him. He's scary. I'm going to look at it right now, make sure that's where I found it so I don't correct you there and be wrong. Oh my gosh. They show pictures. Yes. Oh my gosh. Monster. And then they also show a picture that he's allegedly dumped trash in Hartford, Connecticut. Oh man. And they had a civil trial back in 2019. Oh, then they show pictures of Jennifer celebrating with her children. Oh, I bet she was a beautiful mother. Michelle's on conspiracy to commit murder charges. Mm-hmm. And you know, and actually this article just paints the picture of the whole case. Humanizes her. This is what that video did. Yes. It humanized the entire case for me. I don't know if it did anybody else, but that's what it did for me. What else did I find here? Just really some really powerful pictures. I mean, and the beautiful home outside of it. Oh. She was really beautiful. Yes, this is on HuffPost. You could really find some really good information on this article. Just type in HuffPost, and the title of the article is Jennifer Dulos, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce last names very well. Killer cleaned the crime scene, but the evidence still pointed to one suspect. And here's a quote from her.
What kind of future is possible? The challenges never stop.
I'm afraid of my
And
husband,
neither do we.
Jennifer wrote 2
Methodist,
years after
the
her
meaning of
death
care.
when she filed for divorce. I know he will retaliate by trying to harm me in some way. If that's not powerful, I don't know what is. To me, that's powerful. So she knew he was after her. She knew it.
So I'll piece it all together. She took her kids. She took her kids to school on a normal day, came home, and there was that monster. And he attacked at her. And he made it look like she just disappeared and left, just like mommy said, or somebody said that. It looked like a little runaway. She ran away. Her keys were still there by her purse, a jacket. Those are probably the keys that she took to take the kids to school and the jacket she wore to take. Oh my gosh. HuffPost, yes. I'll tell you the date of the article here in a second for you. The HuffPost was May 30th of 2023, I believe. Let me double check that. Yeah, May 30th, 2023. And you see the beautiful picture of her, that I want justice for her. I do. I like to honor her life by doing this. Socialite, privilege. I don't know why everybody hates socialites and privileged people. I am very happy for their success. I've always been that type of a person. I'm happy for what you have in life. Well, it looks like I don't know. Hey. And then her husband, I'm going to say this anyway, is so coward, he had to kill himself. Yeah, let's kill myself so I don't have to face this. Yeah, I don't have to face it. I'll just myself. Oh, man. You wouldn't even have a day in court with you, you creep. No, I don't like it when men beat up on women, no. My husband taught his sons that you don't ever hit a wife or a woman or any girl. Don't ever hit a girl. I shouldn't say hit a wife. I mean, just don't hit women, period. All right, so who popped in? Okay, I'm ranting and raving about this case, and I did find a lot of information. Whoever just popped in on HuffPost, and it is an interesting article. It shows you a lot of pictures and a lot of surveillance cameras around what happened in the area to give you an idea of what happened. So, like, subscribe, share, so I'll come back. It helps to know I have an audience, right? That thing is more painful than going online and nobody there. So in a nutshell, we have a case of no body. And this article will show us how it led to the suspect. And what else I discovered through research is, God bless her mother, Gloria Farber, did filed declare of her daughters being deceased. This was after 4 to 5 years after her disappearance. And she filed it in August of 2023, and on October 24th, 2023, was declared Jennifer Dulos. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, but oh well, deceased. Sad. Because at this point, we know that she's gone. And those for joining me that just popped in right now, there's a description of the case. The body was not found. In case you heard me before, I was wrong. Maybe there was like remainings around it or something. That's what I kind of probably, I don't know. I'm frazzled right now. Yeah, and the police determined that when they don't have a body, there's 3 things that they look for. They look for DNA evidence, electronic trails, and logic suspect. And they had all 3 of those that kind of lined into the fact that it was murder. There was also blood discovered in the garage and the kitchen. Gosh, I hope I'm helping you guys kind of piece this together. Let me know in chat. Feedback, please. Yeah, I just had 2 people dropped off. All right, so yeah. Okay, thank you, Spacey, for singing that. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason why I'm doing this is because there was no opening, none. So I thought it was my job to tell you what I found. I'm here to report what I found. I'm being the anchor person. Yeah, so so far they interviewed a sergeant who looked at the vehicle that she drove. So apparently she went into the garage after she dropped the kids off. She went into the garage, closed it, and there it is. We are working on this case blind. Thank you. It's just blind. We're walking right into this case totally blind, and I'm going to fill in the blanks. It's supposed to happen for 6 weeks. Oh, you guys, God forbid. I mean, I may not be every day, but I will be on. I'll let everybody know. Or I might even just go on night and just do some highlights and just kind of talk about it. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. I'm not going to drop it because I want justice for this beautiful Jennifer. Beautiful Jennifer. My heart goes out to you, my dear. Beautiful, beautiful Jennifer. I'm not being phony. I just, but so anyway, any questions? Anybody want to throw at? I can dig in. So I just think that there's just a lot to this. He must have been a very, very evil person. Allegedly evil. I can't just say because I don't know. I don't know. Was he evil? Probably, from what I read. And that terrible picture. And my Christmas was great. Thank you. How about yours? Happy holidays, everybody, and everything. Merry Christmas. I hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. Let's just, I'll keep, yep. And yeah, Christmas was fine. And New Year's Eve, now I'm just sitting here in a very snowy, cold Iowa, in the state of Iowa. And a lot of other states are freezing. Spacey, did you have a nice Christmas? Yeah. So, everyone, let's just discuss this here. Everyone, that 3 people, put 1 if you want me to continue doing this. Not every day. Just even in intervals. Oh. No. Okay, no. Here we come. Hello, hello, hello. Here we are.
Bring the jury in.
Oh my God, you're in Seattle? Whoa, I bet it's cold and wet in Seattle. What cold is? It's hard to take. I used to live in New York years ago. They used to make fun of me. I can get used to cold, not wet cold. Oh, we got small issues.
We'll take it up at the end. That's fine.
Oh, there she is. Oh, yeah, well, we had warm winters too in the past. We had one last year, but we're due. We're due for a cold winter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, there's the lady that is accused of
Break at 22:49. I'm going to
covering up for the murders.
video.
Thank you.
We got enough of the house, didn't we? All right, I already cried a little bit. I mean, not really cried, but mourn. I don't even know when I'm mourning. Okay, this is really sad. 41 and dry today. Oh my gosh, that would have been a heat wave around here. Are they going to play this whole entire house thing? I already was on my soapbox with this. Okay, who just jumped in? Let's say hi. Everybody say hi. Oh, Spacey, I'm so glad you're here to help me. Hello, hello. Nice floor. Love the hearts. Nice walls. I wish they could talk. We know what happened in this house. Shall we tell you? It's dark. I bet they have a pool, don't you think? Oh, just for thinking about a pool makes me cold. Unless it's a heated pool inside, then I'd be all over that. Oh, nice stairs. The floors are beautiful, aren't they? Yeah, this is part of the trial that's always boring. You're right. You know, they do need music. Dum, 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 dum. I'm not going to sing because I have a horrible singing voice. My speaking voice is okay, but my singing voice. Yeah, this is a part of the trial that's boring. I guess it's really kind of set stage on how the life was. Just to give you an overview. What the heck is on that post or whatever? Rhinestones? Yeah, it's just it is. It's always boring. You're right. It's just you know. Oh, Brady the Jury. No, I haven't. I know. Did you hear? Did you ever finish the Bringing in the Jury song? No. Bring in the jury. We want the jury to come in. Bring in the jury. We hope you made the right decisions. We know it's tough not being paid for a full days of work. We stand, we salute you. Let's bring in the jury. We're allowed to tell you how to rule on this case. So let's bring the jury. Let's bring the jury in. Look, jury, you're watching a house. Look how beautiful it is. Wow, look at her shoes. God, this makes me so sad for her. Thanks, I'm glad you like it. Well, there was this case with the Murdoch case, remember? And everybody remembers the Murdoch case. And we all love the way the judge says, bring the jury. I feel sorry for people in jury, watching all that. No, actually, I would love to be in a jury. Oh, they would hate me though if I disagree, because you know me. I'm still on the fence with Charlie Adelson. What do you come on. He arrested his mama. God. Oh, that whole trial. A little bit. I'm keeping up with her just a little bit. But you know what? After they arrested her, I'm visiting. Oh no, they're showing the kids. I'm revisiting Charlie all over again. Oh my God, oh, 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 oh. This is hurting me. Oh my God. I want to puke. They're showing bedrooms. Oh my God, this is intimate. This is like a private life. But yes, I am keeping up with Adelson, Miss Adelson. Yes. She was on her way to Korea. Okay. She was in the airport. Got her ticket. She goes to the counter. They let her in. And right when she, I guess, in the, their little hallway you go through to get to the plane, and they arrested her. Does that surprise me? No. Do I still think about Charlie Ellison's being innocent? I don't know. I'm on the fence again, but hey, Yeah, she almost made it out. Almost made it out. Almost made it out. I'll be on for sure when that happens. We can't dump the Adelsons, right? Spacey, we can't do that. We saw a lot of ginger snaps from John. I love that guy. I still haven't heard from him yet. Yeah, we love John. He's always welcome in my chat, my little stage here. There's a seat right here for you, John. If you're watching me secretly, come on in. Well, then there's the bathroom. The shitter. Yeah, we do. Spacey, I emailed him the link to come right in. He's always welcome in my lives. I always do. Every time I want to go online, I just pop him a link. Love for John, yep. I missed the ginger snap.
One Stars vitamins are the number one pediatrician recommended children's vitamin brand.
What the heck is oh. Nancy, can I put you on the spot? Yeah, sure. Sure, why not? Boy, did he ever. He always asked me some deep questions. So we're staring at a house. Can you imagine the patience right now, Joe? I'm gonna be like, oh gosh, I'm not watching this. I'm not watching any more of this. Oh. Thank you, Spacey. Oh, then they're showing the clothes of the kids. It's a good time to get some more coffee. Imagine that. Hot coffee wants coffee. I'll be right back. I'm not sure I can watch the children's rooms. I'm losing viewers because of this video. I'm sorry, we're watching the video. Oh, good. We get a nice picture of the shitter. Oh, God, I hope I don't get in trouble by YouTube. Oops, I didn't say that. You think I'll get in trouble for that? I get slap happy at the end of the day. I'm eating pretzels. What a cute room. A dollhouse? Oh, I love dolls. Barbie?
I love this little girl's room. I want to see the picture of the dollhouse. Get closer to the dollhouse. Me too. Can I get strike for saying that? I want the dollhouse. Hey, if you guys don't see me in 2 weeks, that's why. Because I said the S word. No, I'm not monetized. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this for a hobby. I enjoy it. And besides, I heard a lot worse than what I just said. I just want to say it again. Just who I am. Seriously, I heard the F word a lot on one channel. I just couldn't listen to him anymore. Every word was the F bomb. Now that I don't like. I'll do it in private, but I won't do it online. I would have loved to see more of the dollhouse. Just saying. If you're popping in, they're showing the house, the entire house, even the bathroom, and the kids' room. And I'm sorry that you might be a little bored right now. I'm trying to make it funny. Oh, a pink couch. And wow. So I'm trying to be nice. Oh, who's that? Okay, stop. No, we get the laundry room now. I will reframe what I was going to say. I can always tell YouTube I deny it all. Okay, I got 3 people here in the chat room. And if you'd be so kind, just say hi. I would love it. If not, that's okay. Just glad you're here watching the beautiful home. Yeah. Hit the like button. Subscribe. And maybe do a little sharing. You know, those little YouTube-y things. Yeah, let me know if I should be on tomorrow. It's just like someone said here earlier, this is the boring part of the trial. How many bedrooms is in that house? Anybody counting? Okay, there's 5 kids, right? Do they all get their own room? Oh, maybe the twins share a room. And then when they get older, they can live in the pool house, if there is one. I'm trying to keep you guys entertained here. No, there's no struggles or fights in the house, but I'm guessing there would have been a little bit, maybe by the garage area, but he was just so clever, cleaned it all up. I don't know. But no, I don't think there'd be any struggle upstairs, is my guess. But we don't really know for a fact because some people are really good at cleaning up the crime scene. But you have to remember, Spacey, we did see blood in the garage, a little bit in the kitchen. It was verified it was her blood. Allegedly her blood at this moment, because I'm not sure. Because right now it's all speculation. Another beautiful room. The inner room. Okay, yeah, I'll be okay. That sounds good. Yeah. I'm not sure what time I'll be on every day, but I definitely will. I'm not going to commit to early mornings, but yeah, I'll be on. Yeah, that's true. Or they drugged her. Yeah, or they drugged her. God only knows what the monster did, because we really can't say he did it. The only thing we can say, he allegedly do it. But I'm sure. I'm not sure. I'm speculating that it happened into the garage and she went to the kitchen by the DNA. So far, this is all my guessing. Do I have any kind of research on it? No, but it's just a guess. Everybody, hot coffee is guessing at this moment. Not facts. I'm not doing facts. I'm guessing. Guessing. Okay. Just so everybody knows that. I don't want anybody saying, well, hot coffee said this. No, I didn't say it happened. I'm just guessing.
It's a nice garage. Very nice garage. Okay, everybody, here is where you might find some little foul here. This is what I'm talking about right there. It's where they pointed out earlier. This is where I think the actual crime committed. But do you see struggle? I don't know. I don't know if you could actually see struggle. Because you don't have a body. There's no way you would know. Because a body tells the whole story of the crime. You know, anybody ever watched that one story or that one series called Body of Proof? Body always tells a story. Every detective says that. Body tells a story. But not all the time, but most of the time. It's that little spot. Can you guys see my pointer here? Right there. Got to remember, when you clean up a crime, you're not going to clean everything up. I wonder if they do that little special chemical that when you turn off the light, you can see where the blood was. Huh. Nice garbage can. I'm losing viewers. Long crime. Trying to keep everybody entertained here. Don't make me take out my Barbie lawyer. Because you guys are boring. She even has a suit. Briefcase. It's pink, but hey, that's Barbie. She get away with it. Right? Right. Oh, Spacey, I'm just that way. That might be my motto around here in the YouTube land of all the communities. Hey, Hot Coffee has a Barbie lawyer. Even a pink car to get to trial. I'm just trying to be funny, lighten up a little bit, because this is really depressing to me. I already gave my little Sarah Bernhardt version of this whole thing. Oh, in case anybody doesn't know who Sarah Bernhardt is, she was a famous actress even before my day, and she was really dramatic. My mom used to say I was Sarah Bernhardt. Oh, thank you, Spacey. Okay, it's right there. Look, Spacey, look. Does that look like that could have been blood there? Or coffee. Never seen red coffee shade, but yeah, somebody popped out because they're probably like, oh God, she's talking about all this stupid crap. I'm losing viewers. Oh God, I sound like a YouTuber now. I'm losing viewers, man. Who wants to watch this?
No, they can't clean everything. They think they are. They think they did. They think I cleaned this whole thing up. Mm-mm. I'll be right back. Hold the fort, Spacey. Okay, back. I had to get some more pretzels. Who was that in there? Thanks for holding up the fort, Spacey. This is where I think most of the crime happened.
I may, Your Honor, I believe that Detective Clabby, did that conclude the video?
It does conclude the video.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor, for Detective Clabby.
Since you're on work.
Can we approach for a moment, Your Honor? Does the state intend to recall this witness?
I believe that Detective Clabby will be called later, Your Honor.
Well, then there's a housekeeping procedural matter that I would like to address. Maybe the jury can excuse for a moment.
Well, perhaps we can just, how long will it take?
About 48, about maybe 120 seconds.
Do that at a sidebar.
Oh, it's over. Thank God. All right, everybody, come back. Come back. It's over. What is she doing? Seriously, what is she doing? Trying to. I bet she helped with the cleanup.
The evidence that you have seen today.
Oh, I love his bow tie. I wonder what he's going to wear tomorrow.
May I inquire, Your Honor, do you want Detective Clabby to step out as well?
Well, court does not know the nature of the house.
Yeah, we all trying to wake up.
Request that he step out from this.
Okay, thank you.
No, you hear this. I
She's trying to wake up. Everybody's trying to wake up after that.
reconvened after lunch. I had asked Attorney Manning whether or not the witness may be recalled. She has indicated that certain other witnesses may be recalled, but for matters that were indirectly or shall I say completely separate. Certain witnesses such as detectives that were involved not just now but throughout the investigation, I might have more.
But it's going to be fun what kind of bow tie he wears every day. You got to admit that.
I said I would then, if you're going to recall, I'm not going to object, but I'm going to defer my cross-examination until then. The state indicated to me off the record they're going to object to that. So I think the matter needs to be resolved, and here's why. Several witnesses, including Detective Clabby, I may have some more extensive cross. I might even have things that might be impeachment type evidence. I shouldn't have to do that piecemeal, since confrontation and the right to cross-examine is a constitutional right. So in some cases, the court has ordered that if there's going to be a witness, and if I object, then the state has to put that witness on for everything that it wants to use, and then I only have to cross-examine once. If I'm not objecting to their doing it in piecemeal, where they're going to recall the witness 2-3 times maybe, I shouldn't have to do a cross and then wait and do another cross, maybe have to repeat the same kind of impeachment. It doesn't make sense. Plus, I submit that that's ineffective, and I think it wastes judicial resources as well. If I'm going to cross, if I want to come back to this in a week or two, when the witness comes back, if there are matters I want to address, it may actually relate to something that happens later. I shouldn't have to say I'm going to do this and be limited to that, and then have the witness come back, and then I can't go back to that. So I'm going to ask the court either that the witness has to testify to everything if I don't want to, or that the court will allow me to defer my cross-examination. They can move on to the next witness. And if I have information pertaining
Yes,
to
he does have a
relate to
point.
something that's going to happen later, I shouldn't be precluded just because the state doesn't find that convenient.
Well, of course, you would think it is easier to follow cross. It is easier to follow a cross-examination right after a direct examination for the jury's sake, for the fact finder's sake. The fact that certain cross-examination
I
may be
agree.
repeated should not sacrifice clarity for the jury. Court sees no problem with returning to any witness. If one witness is called and the direct examination is limited, then the cross-examination is limited to the scope of that direct. It's easy for the jury to follow. But if, for example, if Detective Clabby were to be or would return in a couple of weeks, and then the jury would have to reference what happened 2 weeks ago to understand the nature of the cross-examination 2 weeks from now, that is more difficult to follow.
That may be, but that's on the defense.
Hello,
But I would rather
everybody.
The right to cross-examine as a constitutional right is, I think it's paramount to whether or not there's a sense of clarity, which to my knowledge is not in the rules or in the Constitution. To the extent that what I might want to ask this witness is about what he did today is related to what's going to come in. I can't control the order of the state's witnesses. That's true. But I shouldn't have to sacrifice the right to confront and cross-examine for the sake of expedience or clarity. And that's why I'm asking, what I'm asking, and right now is that I would defer my cross till the witness returns. Your Honor will recall that this witness was involved in some of the other aspects of this based on the suppression hearings that we had. And I would rather do the cross-examination at once rather than breaking it up. And, you know, if I do it only once, if I've waived it, if the jury forgets as to what I'm talking about, again, that's on us, that's on the defense. But I shouldn't have to repeat or, for that matter, break up my cross-examination for the sake of the state's convenience, which is what it sounds to me like we're doing here. To be honest, Judge, I've never, ever been in a situation, and I've been practicing now for 42 years almost, that I could not defer. If it's the same witness, you know,
Wow.
I'm the one, if the jury forgets about the issue at that point, then I'm the one who loses that ability for the juror recall. But I shouldn't have to cross-examine on one point.
He has a point.
Back in a month or in 2 weeks and have to cross-examine on that point. And then maybe they bring him back a third point. I'm limited.
You're absolutely
to
right,
that.
Spacey.
I believe that as a right to cross-examine, I should be able to do it once, if that's my choosing. That if I want to do it at once, and that's it, rather than break it.
So the practical question is this. If the jury hears direct testimony today and 2 weeks later hears the cross and there's an objection.
Oh my God, is this going to be, a long trial?
Claim, well, this cross is beyond the scope of the direct 2 weeks from now. Then the court would have to rule, and the court may not remember what was within the scope this day, such that it would overrule the state's objection. So in other words, if we're going to talk to Detective Clabby 2 weeks from now about this video, but the state is not asking about this video 2 weeks from now, the claim can be objection beyond the scope. The court would have to try to remember what was within the scope on this date.
I will note, Your Honor, that one of the aspects of cross-examination tests memory. It tests bias, prejudice, et cetera, which is a fundamental right to cross-examination. I shouldn't have to do that more than once. I do it once.
You know, I like this attorney.
If I have to do it again, then that just, since the witness, unlike when we're dealing with sequestration, it's the same witness. And for that same witness, for me to have to reinvent the wheel each time I submit is, never mind that it's less, maybe it's less efficient, but it's, again, a fundamental right as opposed to just a matter of convenience. My alternative then is to object to the recall of this witness. I should only have to cross-examine the state's witness once.
Well, that's not a rule. You should only have to cross-examine a state's witness once. You can point to no authority for that. You wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, there's multiple problems with this. The state has a right to present as our witnesses in our case as I see fit. By requiring us to indicate whether or not we're going to be recalling a witness for another particular issue, regardless if it's Detective Clabby or Officer Coughlin, as I indicated before, actually puts the state in a position of making a decision prematurely. It is hindering the state's
I agree.
perhaps
They aren't yelling.
case. And again, the same concept
Not yelling
of
at
the
all.
idea that I don't have to disclose that. There's nothing to indicate.
Yeah, Murdoch.
I
Whoa,
do,
that was
because
quite
I am informing the court as well
show.
as the defense counsel that the witness is still under subpoena and the state has an intention.
I liked Creighton
recall that
Waters, but
individual.
sometimes he
I
got a
may change my
little
mind as the case goes on. The idea that counsel would prevent or stop his cross-examination.
I mean, yeah, he
with respect to
I liked him,
that the witness
but
has testified
he
to,
was out there.
Puts the state in a position of being forced to recall somebody that we may not see that we have to. Counsel indicates cases, and yet I would like to see what cases or legal authority that he is actually.
God,
citing.
Now,
Well,
I remember all the stuff that he did.
The witness today, Detective Clabby's testimony is extremely
Prudent, whatever his
limited
name
to
is,
this
Dick.
video. Counsel should be if he
Taking the
gets an
gun.
opportunity to cross within the scope of his examination. This
Oh
is
my
pure code of
God.
evidence, and it should be contained within the scope of the direct examination. If and when Detective Clabby comes back to testify, any cross-examination should be contained within that scope of examination. That is the way
Remember
it's done.
that?
Otherwise, it causes confusion for the jury, confusion for all
He was
involved,
pointing it
and
to
a
the
waste of
jury, remember?
time. So the state would object if he wishes to cross Detective
Didn't
Clabby,
even
to
check
do
if
so
it
now.
was
Well, I'll note, Your Honor, I
blank.
have no authority
Of course, you
that
always
allows
got to
the
check
state
it, no matter what. You can't assume
call a
anything with
witness,
guns.
second
My
or
husband
third
is a
time
gun
after
expert.
a cross-examination. Maybe then they can clarify information that was exposed during cross-examination. So I would suggest they could point to
And then
any
Creighton Waters laying on the floor. Oh my God, it was funny.
But the bottom
Not-
line, Your
I
Honor,
mean-
is I'm not requiring them to call Detective Clabby back. The
Woody
question
Allen
is, if they
material right
don't
there, right?
call him, then I've waived my right to cross-examine him unless I ask that he remain under subpoena, and I'll call him in the case the defense.
Yeah, they
that's-
didn't.
I see the prosecutor arguing two
But
different
like nobody-
things. I'm not requiring them.
It all goes back to
call
that
the
one
witness back just because
case with
they're
Alec,
reserving that
whatever
right.
his name was.
The question is, I'm reserving the right to only have to
Oh,
cross-examine.
that was
the witness
horrible.
once, unless I believe it needs clarification at that moment.
Thank you. The court cannot state that there is a right to only one cross-examination of one witness. Court's role is to conduct the proceeding in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. But
I
efficiency
like arguments in court.
cannot undercut order. It's easier to follow for the jury and for the court. Direct examination.
Well, they didn't even use gloves to open up the
limited
witnesses'
scope of the direct.
stuff. That's what I think that always
Request to
drives me nuts.
essentially defer a cross-examination is not really a deferral at all. Cross-examination today is limited to the direct today. The cross-examination 2 weeks from now may implicate what is said today, so that cross-examination can be directed to those issues that are still relevant on that day. So the court is only going to allow cross-examination limited to the scope of the direct.
I ask the court to note my strong exception to that rule.
Thank you.
I just need a moment.
Mm. It seems like she has a good lawyer.
And I will note while the jury is out that I'm going to ask that the witness, I'm going to ask some questions, but I'm going to ask that the witness remain under subpoena with the possibility that we would call the witness back in the defense case in order to ensure his availability.
If I may just be clear on one matter, Your Honor, the state has subpoenaed Detective Clabby with respect to the state's subpoena. The state, I do not want to be, and I've made this very clear multiple times, I am not going to be providing witnesses for the defense. He has the subpoena power. He can issue a subpoena today if he wishes, or the court can order clearly. But what I don't want to get into as the case goes on is because the state has issued a subpoena, defense counsel requesting the state provide that witness. I do not want to get into that. Just to keep things very clear and clean, if Your Honor wishes to extend that today in court, I understand that. I just really have concerns about the state's subpoena applying to the defense case.
This is an easy matter. The court is not going to order a witness to appear for the defense under a state subpoena. The request is denied. Bring the jury back in.
Mm. Bring in the jury. Please bring in the jury.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I had one witness left for today. I am going to ask that she be released. She will come back tomorrow.
Because we are planning to dismiss it 4:45.
Thank you.
I'm anxious to see how they connect her to being part of the murder. What was her role in it?
Stipulate to the presence of all.
Keep everything clean?
Yes, sir.
As I understand your testimony and watching that video, sir.
Yeah, I mean, really, I am.
4:30 in the morning.
It was 4:21 a.m., sir.
And at the end of the video, it looked like it was 5.
Michelle, stick around so you can clean up the stuff, okay?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, I will.
15-hour video we just saw, wasn't it? So you filmed a little bit, turned it off, and then filmed something else, turned it off again?
Correct.
So what were you doing in the hours in between each segment?
I was assisting Detective Loprior doing scene measurements, sketch maps, and then I assisted at the time Sergeant Davison with his efforts at the scene.
All right, so you've mentioned 2 individuals. I just want to be clear. One was LaFiore,
Correct.
and he was at the time a trooper.
I'm not sure of his rank at the time, sir.
At some point, he became a detective, right?
Correct.
But wasn't he in transition about that time from being a trooper to maybe joining the crime squad?
I would refer you to him. I'm not sure of his path through the state police.
Fair enough. And who was the other individual that was there?
At the time, his rank was Sergeant Davison.
Davidson?
Correct.
And I notice at one point, when you're filming the side of the Range Rover, we see in a reflection a cameraman or a camera person. That's you, correct?
Correct.
And then you see 2 individuals walking behind you in that same reflection, correct?
Correct.
Was that one of those people, Trooper or Detective LaFiore?
I don't know who they were.
Well, what about Sergeant Davidson? Was one of those 2 people in the reflection Sergeant Davidson?
He was not on scene at that time.
So who were all the other people that were on scene while you are in various rooms filming?
That would be other members of the unit. who
Okay,
are assigned to the
Spacey,
van
thanks.
to process the scene.
So tell us how many people were in there at that time?
At the time, I would say at that one moment where you see the reflection, there's a total of 3 people.
And how about during the course of your filming from 4:30 or 4:21 a.m. till that time?
The majority of the time would be myself. The only time I would be with other individuals is if I requested another light. As you can see, I'm using another light to illuminate the room so you can visualize what I'm trying to record. And at times, either a battery would die and I would request another piece of equipment, or another individual who works within the unit who's on scene would assist in providing light.
Well, my question had been, who else was in there during the course of your filming? And I haven't really heard you tell me.
The exact individuals that were in there with me at that time, I don't recall exactly whom.
How many?
As I stated, 3, sir.
Total of 3 others for the whole day.
At that one time that you requested is a total of 3.
I asked between 4:21 a.m. and the end of that film, how many other detectives were inside the home?
The exact number, I cannot tell you. I would refer you to the notes of whoever else did reports. There was a handful of us there doing certain things such as scene. 2 people will do photographs. A person will do video. A person will do sketch. We have a supervisor on the scene. And we have another person doing evidence. So
So if I subtract you as the person doing the video, we're talking about at least 6 other people, at least, right?
possible, yes.
Were you made aware before you started filming that there had been uniformed police officers that had walked through that?
I was aware that there was a response to the scene that uniform officers had indeed entered the house.
Were you aware that officers had actually moved some of the items and had picked up items to look at them? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Nobody told you that, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Were there any New Canaan police officers or detectives on the scene while you were filming?
Any of them on the scene would have been down in the cul-de-sac.
So no one was in the house while you were filming?
Not when I was in the house, correct.
Were you aware that civilians, for want of a better term, had already been through that garage that day?
At the time of filming the video, I was not aware if that was a possibility.
Were you aware that at least the babysitter had been in there?
At the time of filming, no.
Were you aware that at least one of the children had been in the house?
Objection. We could get a time frame.
Between the, okay, that's fair enough. Between the time that the report of a missing person came in and the time of your filming, were you aware?
There must be a delay in this. Can you guys hear this guy?
I would not be aware of that.
Oh, hi, Spacey. This doesn't match his lips with his conversation. What do you think?
I would not be aware of it.
We're aware that a
There's a
cleaning
delay
person
in
or
this.
housekeeper had been in through the garage.
I would have.
Objection. Can we get a time frame again?
Again, between the time of the report of the person being missing withdrawn. I now realize why that objection is correct. Between the time that the last.
Oh,
time
thank
that,
God. Okay,
Jennifer
maybe it's just me.
Seen in her
Okay,
vehicle
thanks.
And the time of your beginning the video, you're aware that the housekeeper, cleaning person had been in that garage.
At the time of filming, I would have no way to have that information.
I have no further questions at this time.
Is there a redirect examination?
So what's the point?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Detective, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're gone. We're done. I bet we're going to be
Maybe
done for the
you're gonna
day.
have,
What do you think?
Another
Oh,
witness, but
yeah.
it is late in the day. If we could
Yeah.
have that person tomorrow, they will be here bright and early.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to hear any more testimony today from any witnesses. What the court will ask you to do, because there will be a great deal of media coverage, you will discover. Court asks you to avoid all of that media coverage. Please do not talk to anyone about the case, not even each other.
I like his
We'll see you
voice.
Tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for this evening, you are dismissed.
10 a.m. Good. 9 o'clock our time. Love late courts in the East. I mean, yeah, I do. I don't like when they're terribly early. That's where it gets bad. Okay, so Spacey, thank you very much for hanging out with me today. I truly enjoyed it. Let's see. I will be here tomorrow. I'm not really sure what time, probably on time, but hey, this could be a 6-week trial. We all got a life, right? But we have fun. Oh, 7 a.m. Oh, we're in Seattle. What? Oh, it'll be 7 a.m. with this court. Okay, good God. Yeah, you're in Seattle, Nancy. Just like I said, I wasn't planning on doing this. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in to the hot coffee chats. And this is where we talk about true crime. And whoever popped in for the last minute, thank you so much for joining me. So, any questions? Concerns? Should we adjourn? Anybody want to say something? How crazy I am? Well, anyway, so it was a pleasure, and I am very grateful that I have people that just popped right in. And if you could just go ahead and hit the like button tomorrow, sure, yeah, of course, tomorrow, Lorianne. And sure, my pleasure being on here. And yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. We'll hang out. This is an interesting case. And well, yeah, sure. I'm glad it's 9 o'clock their time. 10 o'clock their time, 9 o'clock mine. Hooray for that. Maybe I'll wear makeup, and hey, maybe I won't. I'm with friends. Who cares? Anyway, hot coffee is tuning out, and I will be back tomorrow, and we will have a good time. And thank you so much. Don't forget to hit the like button, because it warms my heart to know that you are here with me. Out.